That's a great way to start stream. He's playing
I'm
Mass
staring
Effect.
at magic cards. I'm contemplating it buying.
Are they worth it?
For a dragon deck, yeah.
Okay. What a way to start the stream. They have two of the players here. The other one went to the mail.
It's fine.
Um,
we can hold it down until he gets back. There's no worries.
Don't worry. It's all going to be about
Well,
Overload.
you can hold it down. I'm in a coma.
Are you?
I don't know why I feel like I've just kind of blanked on this detail. What am I missing? You're in a
He
coma
blacked
for
out at
what?
the end. He blacked out at the end. His character did.
Yeah.
Of the last session. I'll fill in some detail. Very vaguely, so this way it'll be more confusing.
I mean, maybe it's just because my sleep schedule is so fucked, but I feel like I just don't remember that.
Yeah,
I straight up passed out.
Yeah, he had a severe amount of pain, and his overload
Oh,
literally blacked out. Yeah.
Okay, it's coming back to me now.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah.
I can remember a pretty good amount of everything, I think. Because I had to remember, I'm like, what did you guys do before that? Because all I remembered is overload blacked out. And then it took me a little bit. I was like, oh, yeah. Oh.
Well, just that little piece without context, I'm like, wait, what happened? Like, why am I not remembering this? And then you start explaining, and then oh, right, I remember now. Now
he drank the questionable Energon
very
drink.
vague.
He drank the questionable Energon drink that he shouldn't have drank. It was only a shot of it too. No, it wasn't.
Man, you know what? I accidentally drank the Grimace Shake.
Oh, what is it with that? No, I don't want to know. Actually, never mind.
It's a meme. That's all you need to know. That's all you need. It's a meme.
I've seen a few things and it's disturbing as is. I don't know. Never mind. Hi, Galaxy.
Hello, Galaxy.
It's supposed to be disturbing. That's the thing.
Yeah. I don't
okay,
know.
so
I've seen.
Maybe I'm the idiot here, but isn't the Grimace Shake just like a birthday cake?
It's a birthday shake.
Yeah.
It's because the day it was made was Grimace's birthday. As a way of saying,
Happy birthday.
Hey, our mascot has, grown up. So, because they're a mascot,
grown up already.
We're making a specific drink for them.
I'm understanding that, but where I'm feeling confused is that it's a birthday cake shake that it's just.
I've seen this couple disturbing videos that I'm like,
yeah,
what is this?
The shit you see on TikTok with these Grimace shakes are
it's literally just it's more likely just blueberry ice cream and fucking.
What did you pre-order?
I don't even know what's in it. I just know it's has to be.
I'd rather not talk about this shake. I'm sitting here, I'm really trying not to. I'm like, what did you order for
It's because people like making things horror based, even if it's friendly.
It's horror based, and then I've seen one. Yeah, I don't really want to say.
Various forms of memes, both comedic and horrifying.
People like making things horror.
Erotic. There we go. I'll use that word. That's the
There's erotic ones, huh?
Yeah.
Dude, you haven't gone further down the hole.
No, I've only seen the horror ones, and which those ones are funny.
Ordered.
I don't go on my way to fucking look at them. I just know they exist and they're funny.
I actually like that. If you, if you haven't seen the movie though, I don't want to say anything because I want to say, but I can't. I don't want to give spoilers. Nobody's seen it. Rise of the Beast because of what Mirage. His alt mode, I do like that they went back retro and kind of went back to the G1 state of things. I was like, yay! But they used dang it, what's his name? Oh god, now I'm forgetting Transformer names. Oh well. My brain will check. Don't worry. She's going to be receiving something on Monday, I hope.
Yeah, special gift.
I even threw in something else for her, too.
Yeah, cool.
A nice little side thing, too. Things I will put in, but I won't tell you what they are. She'll find out. Get it from Big Bad Toy Store, though. Yeah.
Big Bad Toy Store is good, though. Like, I've gotten all my Gundam, or my recent Gundam models I pre-ordered through them. It took forever to get because of what they were, but they're a really good store. Really
yeah. The only reason I can see the stuff ahead of time is because I have the, what is it, the premium, I guess. So I can actually see stuff beforehand and actually try and pre-order ahead of time.
Yeah, that stuff. Gotcha.
Yeah, I set it up a long time ago, and I was like, I'm tired of having this crap where it's already sold out before it even gets to the regular consumer. Now I can see how they do it. So, yeah, I'll pre-order ahead of time a lot of times that way. And sometimes they send it to you like a month early, or 2 almost some days. Just depends on what it is.
You've gotten some of your stuff like real early.
Yeah, there is something I did pre-order and it came today. Well, no, I didn't. Did I pre-order? No, I didn't pre-order him. I just got him today. But I'm gonna wait. And I was excited to get him. I was like, yay! And I should have ordered him a while ago, but they had him cheap, so. Oh, excuse me. Oh, excuse me. Ooh. Alrighty. Let me. When you haven't switched, does that switch the screen? Yeah, that switches screen.
Almost.
Yeah.
You got that going on here.
So I'll see it. My if I switch, it just starting stream. It's literally the same screen. It's just it goes over to the other one. Oh, and here we go. There we go. Yeah, I made it to where I just generic most of our icons. So because it was like, I'm like, oh, I'm tired of dealing with this. I'll only do it for certain people. If they want their icon changed, fine, I'll change it. Just send me the picture so I can download it and upload it. Wait to show up in December. So yeah. Yeah, I think his is December. I'm thinking of some of the other ones that won't be out until literally the first of the year. So, because I do have specific ones that I have pre-ordered that I really wanted to get. Some just because they're the character I like. So, okay, I guess I should start everything since the music stopped a while ago. Hang on, let me check something. Yeah, okay. I wanted to make sure something was still working. So,
close all these extra tabs.
While Dave looks at cards and Mercer is blowing himself up with something. I don't know what he's doing.
He's playing Mass Effect over there.
Oh, that's right. See, he's blowing himself up.
Yeah.
I'm still on vacation, so yeah. All right, Galaxy. Go enjoy the vacation. What's a vacation?
You get those?
I haven't seen one yet.
What is this vacation you speak of? What is
it?
that?
A smoothie.
Us bots don't get those things. What is it? Yeah, is it a smoothie? Is it a...
Can you read it?
Is it some kind of axle relocation or something? I don't know. But yeah. Here's the YouTube channel for anybody who catches this. You'll find all the playlists and current ones that I have uploaded. You guys can't see my cursor. But you can see where I'm pinging the pictures. But yeah, there's the playlists, the bouts. There are links up here on the upper right where it says my longer version of my name. And you can find the other people who are in the sessions with us, along with even the Destiny one. I've been adding and adding and adding, and sometimes I make a mistake and I don't get it. So now we're over to this screen, and tragically, an asteroid smashed into their asteroid, killing the Potato League of villains. You know, I'm kidding. No, nobody's died yet. Well, at least none of them, really. They got mangled, beat up. Overload.
I'm not beat up yet.
We didn't really take no damage from the creature.
No, it's all been. I gotta fix that.
I mean,
Sorry,
as again, my memory's a little fuzzy on what happened last session, but as I recall,
Overload got hungry. He ate one of your legs.
Real deep in combat.
No, that one wasn't. Let's see. Oh God, I just forgot. Okay, never mind. I am catching up again. I was like, whoops. So last session we did have Addie get into a situation because Speedstar was concerned because nobody heard from her, didn't know what was going on. So our 3 bots, especially Void Striker, he's not currently here. He'll be showing up in a little bit, just if you don't hear him. Went to, well, how do we put this? Very straightforward, went to look for Addie on Velocitron. When all 3 of them showed up to Velocitron, they got a tail on them, which led to them finding that Addie had borrowed some parts. And things kind of got a little hectic there, but with a little intimidation from all the bots, which they succeeded very well at, they pretty much decimated them before they even got a chance to do anything. After they showed up at Addie's place, doing a little investigation of their own with the aid of Speedstar, they ended up getting teleported to a cave after the help with Carbine and Void Striker taking a prototype transport module and getting in there one way. They end up in a cave where they encounter bioluminescent life down below, along with something roaring down in a cave, which comes to find out it's a gigantic lizard dinosaur looking thing trying to get at Addie, who does get injured a little bit, but she does survive with the aid of Void Striker transforming into his 1 alt mode, which looks like a grizzly from Halo, in which we were discussing that, trying to figure out his design, which I kind of always thought he kind of looked like that in my head, just little differences in canon modes. After rescuing Addie and Overload getting smacked by a big old tail, they finally get out of there while this blinded dinosaur tries to chase after them. Sorry, the imagination gun went wild. After they used the current version of Addie's teleport module, they ended up in one of the races on Velocitron, which was very interesting considering that Void Striker rolls up and transform and gets out of there. They all ended up back at the at the asteroid base of theirs. I don't call it by its name. And while Addie gets situated in the base, Void Striker shows her to a room. Overload has severe amount of pain and blacks out in the hangar bay with Gilgamesh Aegis standing by watching him as he blacks out, Carbine there, and the little one trying to wake him up and see what's happening with it. As of current, we are standing in the hangar bay, but we're going to start with Overload. which I have. I missed. Oops. Sorry, hang on. Give me a second. I did have stuff set up ahead of time, and I don't have the list of where it was supposed to be at. There we go. Overload. You are currently somewhere. You kind of are laying on the ground.
God damn it. I get dragged into my mindscape again.
You kind of hear in the distance, I got him. Really quiet.
I guess that answers my question. I'll try to get up if I can.
You can get up.
Okay. No sort of fatigue, at least.
You feel your servos, your motors, kind of your system, you feel a little stiff, but you're able to move. But as you stand up, you look around, you see buildings, but they're kind of destroyed. But as you move around, it's like you see them built for a second, like they're working, they're in pristine shape, and all of a sudden they're back to this dilapidated form for a moment. You can see around you what looks like organic forests. Wow, I can't talk. Forests. But as you look at them, the image drops to burnt trees. The ground is burnt.
I guess I'm seeing the before and after an invasion.
Invasion. Keep hearing this little voice repeating certain words that you keep saying. I got him. You hear it kind of echoing down this path that kind of sort of goes toward the buildings, kind of passes this what used to be a forest.
It's starting to get on my nerves. And I'll start going down the path I guess it wants me to go.
Roll me a perception check. Oops, let's switch that screen. Door on that. It's experimenting. As you walk along, you can feel under your feet the ground just kind of sounds brittle, like it's crunching a bit. So you hear the. It's not like you're walking on ground where you just hear a normal footstep. It literally
Like
sounds
asphalt.
like. Yes. Very good way to put it. Thank you. You see buildings up ahead. Again, you kind of see it flicker, like, and you can see the buildings for a brief moment look perfectly fine, but you just see the dilapidated buildings of destruction, it looks like. Again, and it echoes off.
Are the buildings like any sort of like familiar to me?
They look alien to you.
So something I haven't seen.
No. You can see the sky as well as not the same like it would be on Cybertron or any planet you've been on. Also, the light from the star, the sun itself, is kind of almost purplish.
What kind of plan is this depicting? I haven't seen any of this before.
Before.
What exactly have you brought me here for?
Far. And it's louder this time. It's like it's closer.
Is this supposed to be your memory or something?
Memory. You kind of can see something moving over one of the little crest. It's like it's cresting just over a little hill near you. It's not real close, but you can see that same little spark eater like creature. Looks like a little bot, but it has some tentacles on it. But this time you can make out what looks like there are optics there. And it memorable. And you can see it talk, but it doesn't move a mouthpiece. But you can see like an equalizer kind of thing move this time. Like you can visually see it talk. And it points to the old buildings.
I take it then this is where you originate from.
Original. And it nods toward you.
Okay. Then considering that it's flickering between destruction and not, I take you saw what had caused it.
It looks at you and kind of tilts its head down. Destruction. And nods again.
Okay, so you saw what caused the destruction.
And it just nods at you again.
Do you know what exactly caused it?
And it turns and it points. Like it's pointing toward the city center of these buildings.
Still within the city?
And nods, yes.
Do I have to find it to leave?
It just tilts its head and looks at you for a moment. Follow.
Please.
And it turns to start walking down the path.
Okay, I guess I'm following you.
You're both walking. Now, this little bot is, like I said, it's like a little smaller than Aegis even. This thing's not very big. And you can see little tentacles, but they're not moving the same way as like the other spark eaters, where they're usually coiled up ready to strike. This seems like they're just kind of waving, and they seem like they're a physical, like they're supposed to be there. As you walk along behind it, you can see all this moving, and it stops for a moment and turns to you and points back behind it. There. And you can hear the voice echo around because of the buildings.
So what, do you just need me to look at it, or do I need to beat something up?
It cocks its head again, but this time the other way. And just kind of tilts back up, and it shakes its head. Look. and it's pointing at the city center.
Okay. I'll look towards the city center.
Go ahead and give me another perception check. Holy shit. Nice one. You can see the city center. You can see that flash again, and it looks amazing. You can see what looks like it looks like water, but it looks like energon flowing through a fountain. Just freely flowing very nicely. It looks like energon. You see the buildings for a brief moment look like beautiful shape. And for a moment, you can even see like little bots and alien creatures walking around like they're doing everyday tasks. They're conversing with each other just for a moment. You can't hear anything, but you can see this going on. And for a brief moment, it just flashes away again. And the little spark eater turns to you, just kind of looks at you for a moment, and is kind of like puzzled, like trying to tell you, did you see?
Yeah. I don't know exactly what I saw, but I did definitely see something.
And it makes a gesture, because you can see it scratching its head, like you hear that and it's like, and it makes a gesture of a circle.
Circle?
And you see it makes the gesture again, and then it puts its hand through and pulls back, like it reached through the opening and pulled back.
Circle, pull back. Like, grab the vision?
And it's like, grab, and it starts hopping up and down a few times, and really excited, like you're kind of getting it. And it looks to the ground, and you can see its hands, and even the tentacles are they're not like ready to strike, but they look excited. And there's just the four little tentacles, just like, yes.
So you want me to grab one of these beings?
And it shakes its head, no.
So you don't want me to grab the being? Is it one of the buildings?
No. It just keeps shaking its head, no. And it puts its one hand up like, stop. And it kind of gestures like, put your hand out.
Put my hand out?
Yeah.
I guess I'll do that.
And it looks up at you and just kind of like thumps its head, like face palms its head. Palm, but down, like lower it down here.
Oh.
It was,
I guess I'll go ahead, like kneel down and, I'll kneel down and have it more
Well
close
done.
to them, I guess.
As you do, voice director's here. As you do, it walks up to you and is about to put its hand like on your fingers to climb on, and it stops, and you can tell it's a little frustrated, but it's like, me get on, is it okay kind of thing. It's trying to emphasize, can I get on your hand, are you okay with this?
That depends. Are you going to alter my body somehow?
And it steps back like in shock, like, no.
Then if you're not going to be doing that, then sure.
As it steps up carefully and it's looking at you, like, you can see it's hesitant, like, you're not going to crush me, look, are you? Because your hand is huge. And it climbs up very carefully, and it kind of stands there for a moment, and it's like, you up, like you stand up now.
All right.
and it turns, and you see it kneel down, and it puts its one hand down to your palm, like you're literally palm to palm, and you see it look back, and it like nods toward you, and it points, and all of a sudden the world around you changes again. You see the buildings, everything. You can hear voices, some alien to you. You never heard some of the language that they're speaking, but you know, you can hear them. You see a couple little bots, they're maybe about the same height as the one you're holding, walk right through your leg. But you notice something a little odd about some of these creatures. Some have these little tentacles coming off of them. Some are these creatures with tentacles. Some don't have them. And you can kind of get this vague voice, like it's trying to talk to you, and it's very alien language to you, and it's like a jumbled mess. Destruction, for destruction, for, and you can hear this. Peaceful.
I take it this planet was peaceful, but then some form of destruction happened.
Yes, Overload. You understand me now?
Scaringly so.
I mean no harm to you. But this was my home. I am not from your world.
Well, I figured that as much.
Wait, misinterpret world, place, time.
That, however, I do not understand more.
Universe, your universe, correct? I am not from here. Nor am I what's left of them. You fragmented me from what they did. He did. It? Confused.
I think I get it. You were originally from this time period or universe, as you say. And were you forcefully brought to my universe then?
Yes. And you can see the bot stand up in your hand, and she turns to you. My name is, I don't think there's a translation. You understand me if I tell you. Just call me Ashen. I will be fine with that.
I'll call you Ash for sure.
That is acceptable. I try communicate, not work always. Confused with many words you use. I share memories. This was my home. And you are right now, Overload, around you, you see the world like playing out. Like everything, it's a big, beautiful city. The buildings look immaculate. Everything looks peaceful. Everybody's happy. You can see her go, this was my home. And you can see a bot that has color to her. She's like red with like black. And the optics are like a greenish, like a light green. But you can see the tentacles and you can see the similarities And she points, me, before.
You said that you were experimented on and forced to look like this.
She
The
turns her head.
person that you think of, do they have one optic, giant, black?
Optic one. I remember some mechanical, and you start to feel pain, and you can see her grabbing her head a little bit, and she's struggling to talk a bit.
I understand that.
Yes, but how I came here, and she points again, and then suddenly in the city center you see what looks like a portal opens up, but it's swirling, it's dark, kind of goes to gray, back to black, back to gray. Something pulled us in. And you could see all these creatures, these bots, getting sucked in, and you can see these tentacle-like arms reach out and grab a few of them and pull them in because they're holding on. And then you see something similar to the Spark Eaters you've fought. They're big, some are smaller, come out of this portal, and you can see them start to devastate the buildings, destroy them, rip them apart. And you can see them grab other bots and other creatures. Some they just outright killed. You see them drag them back, throw them through the portal. You can see her kind of shunning away, trying to like deal with it. You can feel this aching pain, and you could see her grabbing hers. And then you see her right in front of you get grabbed by one of these things. You could see her fall to her knees on your hand and kind of reach out. We changed, forced change. You start feeling the pain just as much as she's starting to feel pain. And suddenly everything kind of, you're in a flat white plane of existence. Everything just drops and you're standing in an open air place. And she's still standing on your hand. She kind of composes herself, but you can see she's still in pain because you feel it. And then suddenly you're snapped into another area. It's really odd, like you're floating, but you're able to stand there. She's standing on your hand, still looking around. We hear, and we forced changed into these, and she hear her scream out really loud, and she falls and curls up as this huge, like, tentacly creature comes out of nowhere and grabs onto some of these creatures and bots you see at a distance floating, and you hear them screaming. They're further away, but she's curled up, and you can see it not like eat them, but absorb them. And after a few moments, they're spit back out. You see Spark Eaters. You see a little bot trying to like swim away as two of the Spark Eaters who just got changed go after it and start tearing it apart. And you could see her in your hand, curled up, grabbing her, like her audio receptors, just holding them closed like she doesn't want to hear this.
I figured that spark eaters aren't always spark eaters to begin with.
Not us. Not us. She's struggling to speak. Then at some point you see herself get pulled into this thing and changed as well. After a bit of time, this drops. Again, you're back on a different plane, but this time it's kind of bluish. Shiny chrome floor looking place, but it expands in every direction for a moment. She slowly gets up and looks at you on your hand, and you can still feel the dull aching pain. We were here, not here, there. Here, there. So confusing. Then doorway opened. We went in. And she plays back a moment. We didn't go in. We were sucked in. And you see about 3 spark eaters get sucked into this doorway for a moment. And it closes. Then suddenly you're on this, inside of this void. But it's not a void. You see other stuff kind of there at times, and then it's gone. It's like you're in the darkness. You can hear the other spark eaters. They're moving around somewhere. Then suddenly there's a room. Just bright white light shows up. You see a doorway, but it's closed, but there's suddenly a table, chair. Kind of looks odd at moments because she's projecting what she's seeing. They sent here, sorry, pain, hurt. And she gestures toward that platform again. You see a bot come in, and then you can see a couple others. They come in, sit him down. Overlord, you recognize it right away. Those are Decepticon symbols. And at the doorway, you can kind of see through it. You see that one optic bot staring through. You can't hear what they're saying, though, but you know something's going on. The other 2 leave. He closes the door. It's only seems like for ever you're sitting there for a moment, but then you hear the spark eaters moving around. Even her perspective, where you're standing at, starts to move. And you see one of the spark eaters jump out and literally latch on and start like trying to eat the spark of this bot, like ripping into it. But it does something else. It like possesses it in a way. The door opens on the room and the bots go in. They start getting attacked by the one bot as it's trying to eat their sparks. You can briefly hear a voice saying, "Get the subject into a stasis room now." And you can see these 2 bots struggling to get this bot out of there. And they have it kind of like on a leash, kind of one of those bars with a rod and that, trying to keep it at a distance, but it's very strong. So they're having to use a couple of these and shock. You can see them shocking it with like prods and stuff. The door closes. You know there's 2 spark eaters left in that room. They send another bot in. Not long after, you see the one-optic bot again, and you can see him looking around the room. Like, he knows there's something still there. You can hear him get the subject in there and get him seated. The 2 bots leave again. Same thing kind of happens. You see the other Spark Eater attack. And does the same thing. The bots come in. This time they get pretty torn up from it. They get that one out of there. This time they send in somebody else. You automatically know who it is, Overload. You see Rex. He's fighting and struggling. They got him in restraints. They set him down in the chair. They lock him down in place. And they're like, good luck, Autobot. You can hear them. And you could see Ash point. You can see the perspective kind of move around, and you can hear Rex just, let me out of here. What is this? This is weird. And he's just trying to fight to get out of the restraints, and then he hears the sound from her. And even she kind of like shies away from it for a moment, like, I don't like this. Suddenly you see the perspective kind of shift, like you can see her in her what would be the Spark Eater form looking down over the top of the door down at Rex, leaning over into the light a little more. And she goes, and she just points as the Spark Eater jumps onto Rex, but this time it looks at him and you could see it hesitate. It doesn't do the same thing it did with the other two you saw. And she climbs into him. Not painfully. You can see she's trying not to hurt, but did not want to injure. Different. Save. She starts to see herself going in. The door opens at that moment. She comes out of Rex's body before anything can happen. He passes out before anything happens. The Spark Eater runs over to attack those coming through the door. You can see what was left of the Spark Eater kind of laying at the doorway. It's not dead, it's just unconscious now. She looks back at you. I need you to make a perception check. You can see her optics, or more her green again. You start to see a little bit of her actual color instead of just blackened. I escaped, but I did not escape. And you see her voice kind of going up and down again.
What you mean to say is your body didn't escape, but your mind did.
Yes and no. She gestures to, she's in a tank now, floating in some kind of liquid. She can't really move too much, but she can hit the glass tubing. At least it feels like glass to her. But you can still see she's still her spark eater form. But it feels kind of different. You could see Shockwave suddenly come into this room while this other two bots are in there. Just generalized Decepticon clone or drones. He's saying something. It's muffled though. And he gestures toward her, and you can see her look over. Her perspective sees a table. And then he gestures at the doorway and like bringing somebody in. As the bot at the console hits something, she kind of, everything kind of starts going black as you see some kind of gurney like table come in with another bot on, but you can't see it. You can't see who it is. You can see there's some damage done to whoever it is, but you don't know who it is. And you can see her kind of grab one of her arms. And she's kind of like rubbing it like something's wrong. I need you to make another perception check again. You start to come around again. You're seeing through her optics. You feel immense pain in your one arm. You can see her grabbing the same arm that she's rubbing. And you can see her head look down in the Spark Eater form. Her arm's missing. She looks over and she can see her arm is attached to another bot. Then again, she's blacked out again. I need you to do a strength check for me.
Whoa.
You're laying there.
Not an advantage.
You're laying there. You wake up, but this time you're only seeing out of one side. And you can see her on your hand, like grabbing her head. And you realize you're only looking through one optic. And you can feel this weakness running through you, but you feel strong. You feel fine. She doesn't. You just feel normal right now. But you start to see something happening with her in your hand. I transferred myself to him. And you could see the Spark Eater switch perspective. Suddenly you're looking still through one optic. I need you to do another strength check.
Ooh.
Your body in the physical world right now is fighting to wake back up, to restart itself. You can see the images start to glitch, and she's like, no, please, not that. No, please. And she's reaching for you. Need to show you more. And you see her fall down, and she's kind of just sitting there on her hands and knees.
I at least get your pain.
She looks up at you, and you start to see more of her color. And you see Energon, just tears running down her face.
You have indeed been through a lot.
I don't think I can go back home this way. I have no body. We do not have what you call spark.
You say you do not have a body, but you are technically in one right now.
Yes, but I do not wish to take your body. You saved him and me. Communicate through visual, sensory, sensory. You can see her getting more and more weak. Okay, she's getting really weak. Sorry. And I will skip ahead. You see a vision, and it's very weak. It's kind of, you start seeing pixelation here and there more and more as everything swirls for a moment, and you come to Rex in an arena with this arc hammer. Now you're seeing through the optic of the Spark Eater side. Damage from weapon. Destroy Spark Eater. Inside. Moved to him. But I could not leave yet. And then everything swirls again fast. I need you to do another strength check.
Oh.
Your body starts to wake up again, and everything starts to, not yet, please. And she kind of slips away in your hand, like she's getting sucked back into whatever part of your memory. And she's holding onto your finger. Please, not yes. And she gets sucked back in. Everything kind of goes pixelated, and you're kind of sitting in darkness for a moment. At this moment, we're going to switch over now to Gilgamesh, Aegis, and Carbine, and Little One in the hangar. Currently, you guys are standing around Overload, he's moved a couple times now.
I would have already called for medic and someone to assist me getting him back into the medical bay.
Felix comes running in. He's looking at him, and he's just generally, what happened? And Little One is just...
He complained of a headache and he collapsed.
Oh, this is not good. And you can see that he brought some kind of stretcher with him. And he's like, okay, we're going to have to get him loaded on. So as you guys are loading him, he's big, heavy bot too, he's laying there. You can see him moving again, a little more active. And Aegis is still kind of standing close by watching. Overload's hand kind of swings down from the stretcher, and it's just like hanging there. You know, that typical like the arm kind of falls off the gurney and it's just hanging there. You see Aegis.
Oh no, he's dead.
Yeah, he died. Too bad. No, you see Aegis walk over, and he literally kind of grabs your fingers, because you're way bigger still. And he holds it and he pats the back of your hand gently. You all see this. Like, he doesn't want anything bad, but he doesn't say a word still. Felix, like, let's get him into the med bay. And you guys scoot him in there real quick. He's loaded up. Void Striker, where were you in your quarters? I can't remember where you're at.
He would have taken Addie back someplace to go sleep. Like,
Yeah, she's across from his quarters. I can't remember if you went to rest or if you went to do something else, though.
No, I went to the hangar.
Oh, so you were there when this all happened, too. Yay. So, okay, I'm going to just say you're all in the med bay right now. Overload, you're kind of starting to come around. Felix, you can hear Felix's voice. Hey, Overload, can you see? And he's shining like the typical light in your optics. And you're all standing there watching this. And the little one's like sitting on your chest, like bouncing, like, hey, are you awake? Are you alive? And all you hear is little beeping coming from her. Oh, sorry. Hang it. Oh. Coughs. As you do, you start hearing more and more beeping. You hear Felix's voice a little clearer. And Felix is like, just sitting there. It's like, are you with us? I better hook him up. And he starts plugging cables into you. And he goes, he just passed out?
He was complaining of a headache, and then he just collapsed. I don't know much more than that.
He stops again. Headache?
I'm assuming this might have to do with his little dive inside of Rex.
And you could see Felix kind of typing a little slower and doing, yeah, I think so. And he pulls up the readings, and he kind of gestures, Void Strikers, you want to take a look at this too? His brainwave activities, his memory module's going nuts right now. He's just looking
I'll
at
have
it.
a look at it.
And Felix he's looking at it. He goes, I don't know the memory part too well. I know that it's damaged. We don't remember anything. So I need you to do an investigation on him. I want you to look at his memory. Look at his memory? Yes, I want you to look at his memory.
Can I give him advantage with assistance? I know he really won't need it, but...
I don't think he's going to need it.
Nah.
As you're looking at the brainwaves, you don't see just one. You see two. One is faint, though, but it's there.
I think we know why he had a headache. I'm going to point out the second faint memory line.
And Felix is like leaning forward. How did you see that? And he goes, hang on, let me... And he changes like the contrast and everything. And you start to see the line a little brighter now. What? Wait. And he pulls up past scans and he goes, okay, that wasn't there before. Until... Wait. And he backs it up again. He goes, it was when he... Oh, yeah. It was right when he went into the dive with Rex.
Did you not scrub his brain following the dive to make sure there were no remnants inside of his head?
Well, as faint as it is, and he looks at the measure, like he's looking at all the scan numbers. It's way lower than what we have.
It looks more symbiotic than parasitic.
Maybe that's why it's not picking it up. I mean, it's picking up as anomalous, but it doesn't know what it is. It's similar readings to and you can see his optics kind of go wide. A spark eater, and he pulls up the spark eater, and he goes, you can see it's erratic and all over the place. It's not like a smooth line like right now you see overload. You see this other line is similar. It's a little smaller, but it's similar. It's very kind of smoothed out, but it's very weak looking.
This doesn't make sense. He's being inhabited by the program of a spark eater?
I'm not sure, Gilgamesh. This is something new to even me. The closest person I know that knows about this is this bot here, and he gestures with his thumb toward Void Striker without looking away from the screen.
Well, our going theory was that this is a result of experimentation by Shockwave, but we've got no confirmation or, evidence otherwise. There's not much we can do until Overload wakes up.
Well, it's safe to say this is already a bit of experimentation given what happened to Rex. We just don't know if this was intentionally done by him or if this is some remnant of the experimentation that was maybe just oversaw. Either way, this is a problem. We need to...
I don't have enough information to bring up a solution.
You hear this little robotic voice. He gonna be... Oh, wow, I went way out there. Is he going to be okay? And it's the little one.
Little one.
She's sitting there on his chest, like standing there, and she's typing. Okay. Just simple. And she kind of looks down at him, kind of sits down on him and curls her knees up to her chest and kind of just sits there and watches him. Doesn't do anything, just stares at him.
Diving in would be suicide. It would literally just be giving our brains to whatever infected.
Carbine kind of chimes in a little bit. If his memory is where it's residing, and if Void Striker's right with the memory where the line is, he should be okay, but what's the other line? And she gestures with one of her tentacles. Is it a spark eater, or what is it?
I don't think it's a spark eater, perhaps a mutated life form.
That could be possible.
As a more religious would say, a living spark.
Living spark, and you see her eyes go wide in her curical form, and the tentacles kind of like, what? Isn't that only theory?
I've only known it to be theory, but...
Before the Civil War, there were many cases of people saying eyewitnesses of sparks living without their bodies. But there was never enough time to probably look into it thanks to the Civil War.
But considering the source, it wouldn't be the most craziest thing we've heard.
Felix is just shaking his head. Spark eater? Not a spark eater. Now a living spark. I haven't read this far.
Not many people have. We're dealing in realms that, frankly, were just theory, story, conjecture. Now we're dealing with some of these might actually be real, and not only real, but they're living proof.
Remember, most myths and legends come from truth. If you look at today, even the Crystal Spire is considered a myth and a legend, despite the fact that I've seen it myself before it collapsed.
There is truth in every legend. This is true.
you're all standing there, and Felix is like, I think he's waking up.
Should we be ready?
And he looks over briefly. Maybe. Overload, wake up! Poke him. As you all are sitting there, you see his optics kind of flicker on and start to move about. He can start moving a little more. The little one's still sitting on your chest, by the way, Overload. I'm gonna kick him in the butt.
Oh,
As you're sitting there, Overload, you got a lot of people looking at you like they're ready to beat the crap out of you.
why do you want to fight?
Are you?
What does it look like?
Are you really wanting to question perception right now?
I'm saying I'm me. Do I need to
All
prove
right.
it?
I wouldn't say you need to prove it, but at least it's good to know you're still here with us. Gilgamesh kind of leans against the wall next to his bed. You realize that your little dive into Rex is the cause for this new little issue.
Do you think I haven't figured that out by now?
So what'd you find out?
Well, besides from a Sparkular saying that they were good and not meaning to have any harm, I found out that they are possibly from a different universe and were experimented on by guess who?
Felix kind of leans around. Excuse me, did you just say a good spark eater? Never
Yes,
heard of it.
we discussed this before, like
Mm-hmm.
yesterday, I think.
Yeah, good spark eater. I'm still got questions.
Did it tell you what it wanted?
It didn't particularly have a want, but it definitely wanted to go back home.
And
The only
where is
problem
that?
is it's in another universe, as I said, and you know, they're currently in my body, and they don't want to take over my body.
Carbine hops down onto the bed and kind of lands between your legs and walks up and kind of sitting over top of the little one, looks down at you. It doesn't want to take you over?
No, because apparently when I took care of the Sparky that was in Rex, I guess I cleansed them of their bad intent, and so only their good intent is in me.
You see one of her tentacles come around like she's stroking her chin like she's thinking. And she sits there, very
Oh
well
yeah,
possible.
oh yeah. In her other universe, uh, I saw a bunch of beings, bots, and aliens. Yeah, some of the aliens had tentacles on their back.
Tentacles?
Gilgamesh kind of looks to Carbine.
And I think on top of that, I saw an unknown civilization and a purple sun.
Purple sun. And you hear Carbine, and she kind of turns and starts. You can see her pacing around up and down your legs, and she's sitting there thinking, "Purple sun, purple sun."
It's a very unusual phenomenon. Anywhere in the galaxy, a purple star is an incredibly rare phenomenon.
I may have to ask Griff this question. He used to know a pretty good amount of star charts, but this one I know a good amount. But purple, that would be unique, though.
It's not a color you tend to see on the spectrum of stars very often.
And she turns around to you, Overload. What color was the sky? Was it purple too?
Was it? I
It
actually
was.
don't quite remember.
It was kind of purple-ish.
I guess it was like a light purple.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
If it was purple, ultraviolet.
It would match the color.
And if the atmosphere was that, could have. It's got to be. We don't really have. The closest thing that is ultraviolet is a star. We have a few, but none with planets around them. At least any kind of, even for really any creature. Very inhospitable.
Not to mention that the planet not only was a civilization, the nature there was all organic.
You see your ears perk.
Didn't you say it came from another universe, though? Maybe you're seeing its other universes?
Seeing its memories.
Right.
That's how I knew that it was experimented on and knew who caused it.
That's still a very terrifying prospect that Shockwave is somehow pulling entities from other universes into our own. I'm starting to wonder if maybe we shouldn't push forward, go after something he wants. He's hunting. Get it first.
Felix checks you out, and he sees nothing else really wrong with you other than you have a secondary memory going on in your head.
Oh yeah, I also got a name out of them as well, or out their past name, I guess. Action, I think it was.
Ashen? A spark eater with a name? Usually they're just spark eaters, right?
It wasn't a spark eater to begin with.
Oh, that's right.
Thank you, Overlord. That confirms the theory we had.
Theory? What?
That the Spark Eaters were an experimentation and not originally starting out that way.
Yeah, it seemed like they were more forced into the situation.
With that information, I might be able to do something.
Would that include getting their body in a new spark?
The new body would be the harder situation. The best bet would probably be to find a deactivated protoform and go from there.
This might be a little more difficult than just finding a frame with a compatible body. We're dealing with
That's why I mentioned protoform.
Right, but we're also dealing with something that doesn't have a spark. We don't know how they're going to take to any of our protoforms.
Hence, deactivated protoform. Because with a deactivated protoform, I should be able to reconfigure its spark chamber to be able to house the new entity within Overload.
Could we just transfer through the dive again?
Theoretically, but without a proper place to house it, it would most likely either accidentally be damaged or damage whatever it's being transferred into.
Oh, that's right. Yes. We'll just have to keep looking then and hope things do not get worse for you. And she slams her paw down on your chest. And the little one just looks over at Carbine stunned, like, hey, I'm right here.
Acquiring a frame shouldn't take us too terribly long.
Your friends at the guild might be able to procure us one.
Exactly.
As you're all
Meantime-
sitting there. Oh, go on.
No, go ahead, sir.
No, you go ahead. It's okay.
So say, in the meantime, I'm gonna start getting some questions answered. And he was gonna start walking to Kiara in communications.
Before you even get out the door opens and there she is. And she's like, oh, good, you're all here. We might have a bit of a situation back on Cybertron.
Good or bad news? Really needing some good news right now, Kiara.
She kind of like, not so much good. It seems like a couple of the guilds are not behaving so well because they're not they're like a couple that haven't joined with the whole togetherness thing. And there's some areas there've been big fights going on, and
Isn't this why we set up the arenas?
well, yes, but these guys don't want to do it that way.
They're trying to play politics when it needs to be something just simply can agree upon.
Yeah,
The last couple of days have not been good. Looks like I've got volunteers for experimentation. You don't mind, do you, Gilgamesh?
He just slowly turns his head to you. I kind of have my own plate full at the moment as well. You're gonna have to find someone else for your experiments.
Are we sure we just can't kill them?
I mean, I don't care what state they're in by the time they arrive to me.
Kiara kind of chimes in. Well, you could, considering they're really not a guild. They're kind of one of those offshoots that just, well, they're really not good bots. They're generally, no offense, Decepticon type mentality where they just go in, destroy everything, don't bother asking questions, take everything.
We've tried to be reasonable with them. We've tried to negotiate on peaceful terms. But if they're not going to listen to us... He turns to Kiara. Do we know what we're going to have to do?
And she grins as she flips a tablet around to show you, yeah, and we just happen to know approximately where they're at, which is very convenient. It's just dealing with them. She looks back at the tablet for a moment, and then she goes, Widow is trying to stay directly out of it because with her handling everything, the council doesn't want to have her in the middle of that. And we're really trying to keep the higher ups away from that situation. Some bots, I guess, have been sent in, parts came back out.
My direct involvement is going to raise a lot of questions.
No, she kind of looks up at you. No, you have your master handling that. You are a little more free to do things now. And she just kind of winks at you like, Otherwise, you could always send him, and she points toward Overload.
He's dealing with some other situation at the moment.
She looks him up and down. He doesn't look that bad, and she punches you in the arm, Overload. You don't really feel it.
While I'm not entirely against quelling this minor rebellion, there is still the matter of the artifact map.
You see her change mood real quick. Yes. Map.
He's gonna kind of look at everyone and looking to Void Striker. Would you perhaps be able to quiet any listening devices that might be nearby?
The best place would probably be within my weapons lab. It already has the ability to jam any devices going in or out.
Then I suggest we move our conversation there.
So, everybody except for Felix starts heading that way. Overload, or are you getting up and following them, I'm assuming?
He's gonna turn to Felix. Am I good to move, Doc?
He just looks at, as far as, other than the second line, which, two personalities, you're fine. You look operational right now. Like, you go ahead.
Good, because I wasn't taking no for an answer. I'm just gonna get off the table.
And he just looks over at you like I'm gonna stop you. So you all make your way to the weapons lab. You're all sitting up in there.
Once everyone's in the room and the door's shut,
You see Carbine kind of walk over to one of the panels by the door, and you see her take one of the tentacles and presses a couple buttons, and she looks over. We're all good.
While that's happening, I'm going to go. Carbine, can you mind switching to your weapon form real quick? I might have an upgrade for you.
Upgrade? And she flips and transforms, and she lays right down on the table in her gun form. Just instantaneous.
I'm going to give her that.
Take a damage. Ooh. What is it? The weapon, it produces its own auto-recreating one.
so it would give me an extra bullet. Am I understanding that?
You get an
Infinite
upgrade.
ammo.
And you
'Cause
don't have
even
to
if you-
reload.
If you miss the shot, it automatically reloads the round into the chamber.
Oh my god. And look at that. She getting upgraded, man. All you get is, I feel tingly.
So while that's going on, Gilgamesh will just address the group. He's been after this map for a long time, and we've been just kind of sitting on it for a while. I'm not entirely sure everything is not connected, considering his experiments and the path this is leading down. But I want all your opinions.
You see Carbine kind of looking around for a moment at everyone, and then she kind of looks at you. Can I see the map, Gilgamesh? She's just sitting on the bench, back in her clerical form.
Gilgamesh will reach down into his compartment in his leg, and he will pull out the map.
And she's looking at it, and she goes, "Can you set it down?" Because she's sitting on the bench. She's like, it's still in her clerical form, so she's looking at it.
He'll set it down on the table next to her.
I remember Nick's telling us about this. I wish she was here right now. I know she went back out for a while. She left when we were all gone. What did your friend find again? It was all that information. And she's talking about Speedstar. Can I see that data too?
He'll pass along the data.
And you can see something's happening in her optics as she's looking at them. She found some other information. What can be seen can be unseen. You just have to have the right vision. I don't know if that's correct. Minicon isn't that complicated for us, but this is broken. It could be meaning sight. It's kind of missing data. I'm not sure if that's actually what this means.
I'm going to flash the room's lights in the different visual spectrums.
And she's looking at it. No. Nothing's happening. So she activates it because she remembers watching. And it comes online. And you see the line pulsing. Like, it's very weak pulsing, though. It's not because it's not close. So you... Still in the same direction. But she goes in the star charts and she pulls up a hologram and she lines it all up and she goes, this shows it kind of goes into that voided area, but it's really what would be there. This doesn't make sense. What can be seen can be unseen. And you can hear her repeating it. I'm going to need time to think.
You don't need to think too hard. There's a hidden planet out there.
Well, if it's a planet, what planet would be out there? Well, no, it's where this is pointing. It's not
what can be seen can be unseen.
And hey, let me have those funny glasses. I'll put them on. She just looks at you like she's being silly. She's laughing like that.
He's kind of smiling a bit, like, you're reading my mind a little too much now. And he hands her the goggles.
She takes them out. She transforms into her little bot form, and Kiara goes, "You're always still cute." And you hear a little purring, and the little tufts are still on top, so you see them wiggle a bit. And she puts them on. And she goes, "How do I look?" And they look ridiculously huge on her, but she can still see through. She's just like, just being a little silly.
He's just like smiling, just that little smile, just like, "Yeah, kid, you look great."
She starts playing with the other little things, and she starts going, "Oh, that's weird. Oh, wait, what?" Click, click, and you see her. She's staring at the map, and she starts flicking. Wait, clink, 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 clink. Clink, 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 and then she keeps doing the same set up and down a couple times. Gilgamesh, you need to see this, and she takes them off and holds them up. You need to put these on now. Look.
He'll just kind of take the goggles and he just kind of holds them and just kind of welder style up to his eyes, and he's looking at the map.
As you bring them up, you see the perspective change, and instead of the green line that you've been seeing, you see a purplish line, but it's angled differently.
It's a different set of coordinates.
And she goes, "Flip the other one on the other side." And she kind of runs up your arm and she goes, "This one." Flick! And you see the green line completely disappear. And you see that purple line solid now. She goes, "Look at my map." It's because the hologram's still there of the map. It's pointing directly into the center of the void.
Comparing it with the green line, where does the green line end up?
It's in the void, but it's more kind of off into a direction that it's not skirting it, but it's in that direction, like it's in the void, but not in the void.
What?
That noise.
Confirm with me, confirm my water bottle.
Sorry, I couldn't help it laugh.
Not a problem.
It
Just
sounded
it was
funny.
rather loud.
So what was the end of the water? So of course it's loud.
Sorry. Oh god. Woo. No, but it's pointing more into the opposite of the void. So it's not directly like the purple line is more like right directly down the center of it. The green one is kind of shooting in there, but it's not shooting the exact same direction.
So it's safeguarded by the lens.
You see Carbine kind of takes them again. She puts them on. This is trippy, man. It's big old goggles on this little head, and her eyes look huge. You just see Kiara just kind of giggle because she's looking at her, laughing a little bit because of her eyes. Aegis is just rolling his eyes like, yeah, whatever.
Oh yeah, by the way, Matrix, I have the first piece of the Megalock stuff too.
Woo! Skip building. Oh. So Carbine kind of hops back down. She looks at the map and she kind of turns it back off. She goes, so now what? And she's still wearing the goggles ridiculously, by the way.
That is the million Shanix question. He just turns to the rest of the group. What do we want to do? On the one hand, we can separate the two items. Buy us time. We can go there. Potentially finding out what dangers are there, and in the hope of finding whatever Shockwave's looking for and getting it first.
If we plan to go there, I'd rather be a bit more prepared than we are.
Carbine looks up. Yes, I agree. And she just looks at you, Void Striker.
And, you know, having less issues to deal with.
Is that why you're pointing
But
at
if
your
you're
own
looking
head?
for a hiding place for one of the pieces, I have a place where I can hide one. The only people that have access to it is myself and Scamper.
Carbine's still looking at you, Void Striker, with those funny goggles on. And she's flipping one of the things up and down.
Can I help you, little one?
He's just kind of rolling a little cylinder in his finger just in thought, just trying to think.
Carbine kind of responds back to Void Striker. Maybe. I don't know. You just... Something... She kind of looks at everyone. Never mind. Maybe it's just these things. And she takes them off. And she kind of sets them with the map, and she sits there with them. And you notice she transforms back into her caracal form, but the tentacles kind of grab the map and the goggles like they're not in a compartment, so she's guarding them. Like,
I'm just gonna gently reach from the map from her.
She just
take it. I'm gonna put it back into my compartment.
And she's like, so what about these? And she holds up the goggles.
You hold on to them for right now.
Woo! And she looks at herself. I don't know if I got a spot to put them. Oh, wait, I got a spot. And she lifts up her leg and the compartment opens. There we go. She closes them.
It's at least best that we keep the items separated. That way, if even one of the items gets taken from us, you won't have the other to at least find out where its true location is.
Carbine speaks up. She goes, the only thing is the data to find that, they don't know about these. So that's good. We're the only ones who know about that. This is good. Right? She tips her head and her little tufts shift over.
It buys us time, but inevitably we are going to need to make our move. We need to start gathering everything that we're going to need for this trip. I know it's going to take us time. And we can work on some other stuff in the interim, but I feel like we need to move on this sooner.
Kiara kind of bends over and looks out at the holo map that's still up, and she goes, if you guys are going into the void, I can't space bridge you in there because we don't know what's there.
I wasn't expecting a space bridge. I've already
Space bridge in is, as far as I'm aware, is impossible, but emergency space bridging out would be possible if the station gets back to 100%.
Yes.
We don't need the bridge anyway. I've already prepared a way for us to get there without us having any tails.
As I said, an emergency exit is more or less what I'm preparing us for.
And that's fine. I'm just more concerned about getting us there. You can worry about getting us
So
out.
if you don't mind, I'm going to proceed to the outside of the station and begin repairs.
I'll let you get to work on that. I have a little issue to deal with back on Cybertron. He turns to Overload. I wouldn't mind the company unless you have something else you need to be doing.
You get to smash stuff. Overload's dead.
I'm brain dead. That's what.
You get to smash stuff. There you go. Go with him.
Whoa.
I'm hinting at something
He just kind
there.
of waves his hand over your eyes, just...
I am fighting my ADHD very badly, by the way. I want to assemble this mega book thing, but it's like, no, wait to the stream.
So, what was it? Because I did kind of like got distracted because parent.
You're gonna go to
Gilgamesh
Cyber.
is offering for you to tag along with him while he quells a minor rebellion on Cybertron.
Translation: you get to smash things. Maybe.
What you mean is kill the rebels.
If they're uncooperative.
They're already uncooperative.
He's got you
Even
there.
more
They are.
uncooperative when they see us.
Aww.
Don't mind me. I'm playing with the little figure that came in this set.
Let's have fun.
Yeah, I'm willing to come along. Hopefully, I don't have another episode.
That's partially why I'm asking if you feel you're up to this. If you don't think you're up to it, I won't ask you to tag along, but if you think you are, you're welcome to come.
I mean, I feel fine. I don't feel fatigued. Are my optics flashing?
They seem normal. For now.
Then I should be good.
All right. So
even still, I want Aegis to keep a very close eye on you.
Aegis just looks up at you, Overload, and he just nods to you like, I'm here. He hasn't said anything to you still yet.
If anything goes wrong, he needs to be the one to look out for.
I mean, he is a guardian.
Alright. Kiara, let's go deal with our minor problem.
Alrighty then. I have the space bridge set to one of the guilds that's close. You'll probably meet Widow there, along with Well, Tog probably. I don't know. They said
Well,
they
I
would
got to
try to
figure
be
to
there.
stand up.
So, as you guys make your way to the space bridge, Void Striker, you're heading to the hangar bay to go outside.
Yes, I am.
You get to the hangar bay. You see somebody standing at the door that's wide open. And she's just standing there looking out.
I'm guessing
And
it's Addy.
yes, it is. She kind of is just standing there. It looks like she's kind of fidgeting, like she's fidgeting with her fingers and that, and she's just looking out. Very
I'm gonna
quiet.
walk up next to her and go, credit for your thought.
Is my thought even worth the credit? I made a big mistake.
Come with me, Addy. I'm going to make my way to the mausoleum.
She turns, okay. And she kind of follows you. You guys get to the mausoleum door. She's like, what's this?
My mistake.
Mistake?
And I'll proceed to open the door and walk in.
As you open the door and you step in, her optics go wide, and she walks in very slowly. And she looks around, and you can see her hand slowly touch the wall and feel the letters and everything, all the symbols. And she goes, "These are all names." And she looks up, a lot of names. What?
These are all the people I could have saved, but chose not to.
She's dead stops. She's not moving. She slowly pulls her hand back, and she slowly turns to you. Chose not to?
Hence, Addy, this is my mistake.
But there's so many names. How are they? How? And she's very confused. And you hear another voice. Look at Dudette. And Addie jumps suddenly and turns and kind of stumbles back a little bit. And she's looking. She sees Drift. We all carry our own burdens, our own pains. And he unfolds the shell to show his. Mine I carry with me. And his voice slowly changes, all bear a different pain, a different way.
The point I would like to make here, Eddie, is don't forget your mistake, but don't let it consume you. Learn from it.
We have to fail to succeed at some point. And he looks over at you, Void Striker. I'm sorry if I interrupted. I came here to kind of think.
You didn't interrupt anything.
And Addie looks back down at Drift and then looks at you, Void Striker. And then she double takes back down toward Drift. And she notices something that she didn't notice on somebody else. She goes, wait, you're... And he looks at himself. If you call me small dudette, we're gonna have issues here. She's like, no, you're Void Striker. He's I thought you guys were, I never thought I'd ever see one. And he's like, one what?
She's currently having a mental break over the fact she's in the presence of a minicon.
And she's sitting there stuttering. He walks up to her, grabs her hand, and he's she's not that, she's big, but he grabs her fingers and her hand and he's like, yeah, I am. Kind of like this look of, yeah, do that. I am a mini-con. Yes, we do exist. Although I'm a little more than a mini-con now, I guess. I'm still a mini-con in here. And he taps on his chest lightly and he looks up at her. Nice to meet you. And he turns around and he shakes her hand, even though she's still pointing and she's still stunned. But okay, short story. Not all of us died. Just real short. And but he is right. Addie? And she just shakes her head like, yeah. This is our burdens. I failed my people. At least that's the way I see it. And he kind of turns and walks away. You see his shell shift back around to his back. And she just kind of shakes it off. So all these names are ones that are... And before you even respond, Voice Striker, Drift kind of turns and he goes, they're all dead. And he kind of keeps walking out of the room quietly.
Tactfully put, but he is correct.
Oh.
Well, there is one name I'm not sure if they're dead. They're just missing, as far as I'm aware.
You can see many questions because she keeps looking down at her hands and then she looks up like she's going to ask you a question. And then she looks back down. And it's back and forth a few times. So you didn't help them?
No, I chose not to. Despite the fact that they came to me for help.
Oh. I want to ask why, but I don't think I want to know the answer.
They wanted help to escape from the Civil War, and I chose not to help. It's that simple. All these names refuse to pick a side. And you know what happens when you refuse to pick a side in a war.
But not everybody wants to fight.
A lot of people didn't see that way. A lot of people saw the Autobots as the good guys and the Decepticons as the bad guys. There were plenty of evil on both sides.
You see her thinking. She does not don an Autobot or Decepticon symbol either. She just is. She looks at you and she goes... She kind of wants to know a question or an answer to this question, but she doesn't want really the answer. So you chose not to help them because they didn't choose a side.
I chose not to help them because I too did not want to be involved.
Okay. I'm very confused right now. But I think I understand. No, I do understand. I think. I'm not sure. It's like when you want to help somebody, but you don't want to be involved in it. You could have done something, and it could have saved them, but then they end up in a fire crash and burn up. And you lost a friend because you didn't help them, and you start to hear little drips. And because you didn't help them, now they're not around anymore. And you realize she's crying, but she's not sounding like she's actually crying. She's just
I'm gonna walk up and just pull her close.
You still feel her hands moving, like she's trying to talk and describe, and you can hear her just talking away, but you can feel the tears running, and feel.
You learned the same lesson I learned, except you didn't have to learn it the same way I did. Things are just out of your control sometimes, no matter what you do.
And she literally just kind of goes a little, like her arms kind of go limp, and her head thumps into you, and she just, I could have saved them. I could have done something, and I didn't. I didn't want to be involved, and I could have saved them, and I didn't. I just wanted it to be okay, and she just sits there, and you keep hearing the same thing. I could have done something. I could have changed it. And then you hear something. I could have made a device. I could have tried to go back in time. And I was so close, and it didn't work. It wouldn't let me. I thought I did it, and I could go back and save them, and I didn't save them. You realize Drift really didn't leave the room. He's standing by the door, kind of leaning against it. And he's just standing there watching. He comes walking in. He comes back up. And he taps you on the arm lightly. And he looks down at her, and sometimes we can't change the past, Dudette. It's just what happens. Time keeps moving forward, whether you like it or not. The waves always carry you somewhere. Sometimes not where you want to go, but there's a reason and a path. And he transforms into a sea turtle form in front, and she kind of leans out of you a little bit, and she goes, and looks at you, Void Striker. I'm sorry. I was trying to do something right, and I messed up, and I should have been there, and I could have stopped what happened. But now I need to understand. I need to move forward. You're both right. And you see Drift kind of flip to his back, and Addie kind of giggles at it, because he's just sitting there. He's like, sometimes we just gotta drift with things, you know? And he just kind of floats around a little bit, like he's in water again. It's what we have to do. We pick and choose. Gotta live with the guilt, though. Or learn to live with it. And you can see him, but I'm gonna go grab something to eat. And you can see him paddle out slowly. And she's like, wait, I have questions for you. She suddenly kind of like wants to follow. And she turns back to you, Void Striker. And she kind of gestures for you to come down lower, because you're huge compared to her.
I'll come down to her height.
And she grabs you by the face, and she looks at your optics. thank you for understanding. And she gives you a light kiss on the forehead. And she goes, but I got to find out from him more. He's a mini-con. And she kind of punches you in the arm. And she, like, it's nothing. You're huge compared to her. And she goes, should have told me. She runs off.
Well,
chasing
perhaps I should tell you about the real small one then.
And she stops in her tracks. It's almost like comical screeching breaks. Little one? What do you mean, little one? And she squints her optics at you.
You'll find out.
And she kind of holds a fist up to you. And you hear her, Drift, wait! And she runs after him. Now, as you go to do your thing outside to repair this whole station, I'm not going to even make you roll for it because I'm afraid of what you're going to roll.
What, don't want to repeat of the T-code?
Just for that, roll me a D100.
I'll roll. Don't worry.
Natural 1. The station blows up.
Oh, if it rolls a natural 1, you don't want to know what happens.
There you go. I don't know what it is. Did it roll? No, it didn't.
No, it didn't.
Not yet.
You broke it.
Oh, yeah. Well, let's go 14.
Catastrophic failure. The power systems go offline.
Well, I guess we're not actually leaving.
No, you go outside. It's going to take you a little bit of time to repair. So you're going to be outside for a little bit doing that. As Overload and Gilgamesh decide to hop in the space bridge with Carbine and Aegis. Kiara punches in the coordinates and she goes, Widow said she'd be on the other side waiting for you.
All right. He just gives a little nod and make his way to the bridge.
You both, Gilgamesh, you step through, you see the swirling, and you pop out on the other side, and there's Widow. And you see Overload is still back on the other side. And Aegis is like looking at you, and he transforms into his nice little hawk form, and he lands on your arm and nods like, let's go. Doesn't say anything, just kind of nods.
Yeah. We'll go through.
You pop out next to Gilgamesh, and you see Widow standing there, and she's kind of got her back to you, but she's looking at something on a tablet, and she turns, oh, you're here. Excellent. It's good to see you, little... And you can see her like, Gilgamesh. And you see some guards around in that, and they kind of stand at attention like they're about ready to attack you, but then they ease up like, oh, we know who you are. Never mind. And she's looking at a tablet. You can see on the screen some video and some information coming across showing that there's something going on in just outside of one of the guild district areas. And she looks up. She goes, I'm assuming Kiara filled you in?
I got the base portion of it, but once you fill in what's really going on here.
Well, it seems like some of the smaller guilds decided to join forces, and they don't like the way the things are coming together. They obviously don't like peace. So far, the major guilds have come together, and we've been working on many projects, a lot of those being set back by these smaller groups. They're not helping things right now, and they've gotten very violent now. At first, it was small protests, them wanting certain things. We tried to talk with them, and we resolved some of the issues, but they did not like the idea of being under one rule. Even though really there is one rule, but they won't even settle this in the arenas.
Well, as per our custom, if they don't want to cooperate, if they don't want to negotiate, we're going to show them why they should.
Yes, considering, and she flips the tablet around and she pulls up the images. Considering what they did to our last envoys, that's what's left of them. And she kind of, yeah, they've attacked so many, they've hurt a few innocents. That's lightly saying it. She kind of looks at you. They've literally killed civilians because they think they're a part of whatever they think they're a part of. They're free to choose, but this is a little too much.
Then we've gone past the point of negotiation. They must be silenced.
And she puts her hand on your shoulder. Exactly. I need a precision scalpel. And she looks over to Overload. It may be some brute force to settle a few things. I think a few of their leaders would be taken out. They will settle down. And then we can negotiate better.
We will bring them to heel as we normally do. Just point me in the right direction.
Very well. And she pulls up the maps. She shows you the districts. She goes outside of the one district and she shows a major kind of red area. This is where they seem to be held up at mainly. Just outside of one of the outer guilds. We're sending reinforcements to kind of keep them at bay. We don't want to push in and lose more. Even though our people are good, they have guerrilla tactics or something along those lines.
Just have them keep their distance for now. We don't need to lose any more of our people to this situation.
Yes, absolutely. But here's all the information, the maps, anything you need, you can ask Tog. I think he should be on site by this point. He was going to make his way there to see if he could aid them in some way.
Do we have any other snipers in the field?
Tog brought a couple of his best. Whether they are, that's another question. And she kind of chuckles at it. She's kind of looking at you like,
Have them set a position around the tower which this group is staying. And just have them look for their best window of opportunity. We'll let them know when we're ready.
And you see her on her little arm console for a moment, and she goes, already sent. They're going to get into position as soon as they're there. They'll be there in, well, just a little bit.
That's fine. They'll have time to set up. We're going to make our way there and knock on the front door.
She goes, okay, that'll be perfectly fine. And she kind of grabs your arm lightly, kind of like, come with me for just a moment. And she kind of gestures to you, Overload, you too. And she goes over to like an office room that is off adjacent to where you guys popped in at. And she has you step in. She closes the doors, and you see her hit a couple buttons. It's a little better. We can talk a little freer in here. Not like I don't trust them. They've been loyal and protective. How is your little journey going? And she kind of gestures if you want to have a seat. Because she sits down at a table. It's not directly toward you. It's kind of off-centered to you. So she kind of turns in her chair, looking at both of you.
He's gonna stand there looking at the seat for a moment before sitting down.
And she just grins at you. Yeah.
We are frankly dealing with many different situations at once. Each one seems to be escalating even further.
Is there anything that we can do here to help you?
We need supplies for a deep space trip that's going to take us into the void.
Done. Whatever you need, give the this to the supplies clerk, and they will handle it. Just send it to him.
We also need to get a contingency in place for our adversary in the event that he does come calling and start an uprising on Cybertron. We need contingencies in place because we are going to be kicking his hornet's nest.
You see her lean back in the chair, and she's looking at kind of sideways a little bit, like...
I realize what I'm about to do is seemingly reckless, but I understand what the risk is. And I know whatever it is he's looking for, it's there. If we can get to it first, have all the advantage we need.
And she dead straight looks at you. Very well. Then we will have contingencies set up. Maybe we already have something set up, but we'll add to it. We've talked about adding some extra securities here and there. I will talk to the council. They've been very receptive on these things. We will see what we can do and add more.
If it needs to be said, emphasize to them just how dangerous he is and what power he's already wielding. We already know he's been dealing with stuff from other dimensions and other universes.
You see her her optic eyebrow just kind of raise up, like, excuse me?
I cannot emphasize just how dangerous he has become in these years. He's dealing and wielding power that we can't even begin to imagine.
All I have to do is mention his name, and now with this information, give me just a second. And you see her lean back just a little bit, like she's sitting up, and she types on her ARM console again. You can see it. She's purposely letting you see it. And she's typing out to you can see what looks like multiple bots. And it's literally the council you're seeing. And you see a familiar name. Kiara comes up. And she sends it out. Done. We'll get a response. Oh, that was fast. And she looks back. Instantly approved. Things will be taken care of here. We will fight. And we will take care of things. Deal with what you need to, little one. Sorry, Gilgamesh. Still gotta get used to that.
I don't think you'll ever get used to it.
She just grins at you. You're still my little one. Even though, but you are Gilgamesh.
Wasn't there something else that we were gonna need? That Protocon body? Is that what it was called?
I did already message Kiara about retrieving a protoform.
You see Widow kind of like, hey, I think we might have something. It's not very big. It's kind of small, but it's a possible protoform, but we don't know fully what shape it's in. It's still in a pod. But it has no spark to speak of.
I'll send it over to our current base at the moment.
I'll send it to your delivery
Void
spot.
Striker.
And she just winks at you like, I know what you mean.
Void Striker can take a look at that and see if it'll be a suitable form.
Excellent. We'll send it over. Like I said, don't know what real shape it is inside of it. The casing is pretty beat up. It's probably one of the last protoforms that was, and we have found intact in a long time.
If it's serviceable, it can still be repaired, and he would be the best person to repair such a frame. I don't believe it'd be an issue so long as it's intact and its mechanisms are all functional.
Excellent. I'm not going to ask what you need it for, but I don't need to know. And she kind of just puts her hand up like, don't tell me anymore.
I got bored, so I started building the Megalux thing.
But you said you were gonna say
I'll
it.
explain when the
okay.
time is right.
That's
I
fine.
can still review it on stream when I build the other stuff, but this one will keep me
It's fine.
occupied, so I won't build the others.
Let him have his fun. It's okay. So Widow's like, well, I better let you go. I need to get back to political stuff. She kind of gestures like rolling her optics like,
Just make sure the news of what happens there doesn't necessarily get out to the public.
Oh, this news we're keeping very tight. Like, very tight. We don't need to incite a panic right now because things will fall apart if we're not careful. But right now, things have been looking good.
So we're going to make this quick with them.
If you could, please. And you see her eagerly kind of like smile and do a little silly face like, yes, please. And you could kind of hear Carbine in your head giggling, like, because she's wrapped around your neck. Widow gets up and she's like, if you need anything else, let me know.
Gilgamesh will nod and he'll stand up. It's time we get to work.
You make your way out of the office. You head down the steps that lead out. You guys end up out at the front of the building, which is actually pretty nice. And you walk out to a cleaned up area of Cybertron. You see bots walking around. It looks like almost like a normal day-to-day thing going on. You still see
feels a little bit more like home.
Yeah, and you see out of the distance though, you can still see the rest of Cybertron, but the small sections like this, they're pretty well built up and cleaned up. You follow the map and you start heading down and around. Now, it won't take you too long. There are a couple lifts. Otherwise, you guys could drive there yourself if you want.
Yeah, we'll be driving.
So you guys both transform. I'm going to speed it along. You head down the roads and you kind of start noticing, you get to a checkpoint and you see a couple of the bots like hold business here. And one of them taps. That's Gilgamesh. And they're like, he pulls up his arm console. He goes, we're told to let them through. They're fine. And he goes, sorry, sir. Opens the gate. Fair warning, though, you're entering dangerous areas. And he's just very straight, like military almost like, but he's very calm, very collected. Just proceed.
He just gives him a slight nod as he proceeds on through the gate.
As you walk through, you notice, you can tell the guild area. You kind of went through the checkpoint for one of them. But you notice the guild area, you see kind of here and there some optics peeking out along the guild area. Gilgamesh, you'll recognize these are guys that are watching the perimeter. They're keeping an eye out. The rest of it is dilapidated buildings over further. It's kind of a little open in front of you right now. As you proceed forward, a shot rings out and it hits near you two, but it doesn't even come close.
Gilgamesh will stop in his tracks, just standing there.
Another shot happens. Hits near you, but doesn't even come close. And you can hear something like somebody squabbling over there. You don't know what they're saying. You just hear them like it sounds like two voices yelling at each other at a distance.
So just based on that little piece right there, could I deduce that these were not warning shots, that they were actually trying to hit me and they just suck?
Yes. I'm not even gonna have your roll because it's so stupid.
He doesn't even just realizing this. He pays them no mind and keeps going to where he needs to go.
Another shot rings out. This time it doesn't even hit you guys again, and it's closer to Overload, and it just hits some rubble near him, and it's just like the shot's not even close to you. These rolls are stupid.
Who the hell gave these idiots a rifle?
You can just hear them yelling over there again. Every time I've rolled.
Gilgamesh is not even going to give them the time of day. He's just flat out ignoring them and just moving on.
Another shot rings out. Misses you guys again.
Nope, he's not even breaking stride. He's just continuing to walk.
Oh my god. I'm just going to keep going with they're missing their shots. They're so bad. I've rolled 4 times. Every number is lower than 5. They're not even close to hitting you guys. It's so stupid. So you hear these two bots, and it sounds like they're like taking turns trying to shoot, and they're just doing a horrible job at it. You guys get closer over to an area, and you hear some movement near both of you. And it's near one of the buildings. Sorry, it's so stupid.
How much stuff are we going to be doing with here?
Gilgamesh just kind of turns his head to Overload as they're walking. We're dealing with some unscrupulous people who are killing civilians and disrupting overall life on Cybertron.
So if they do manage to hit us, it's self-defense then, yeah.
They're gonna be lucky if any of them really walk out of here when everything is said and done. But sure, anything is really self-defense here. We have free game over whatever we want to do.
Yeah.
So don't feel like anything is really restraining you when they do decide to make their presence known.
Well, because right now I'm more focused on the steps behind us, I guess I would say now. And I'm more or less focused on them, see if they're gonna approach us. Which are they?
Nope. The ones up in the buildings, those are the ones. You just got over to your, like, it's more to your right that you hear noise in one of the buildings.
But since they seem to be taking their best at pot shots and failing, Kiara, inform our helpers of the little sniper's location. Show them how it's really done. And he just turns back and keeps on walking.
You're hearing your comms over you. Already on it. They're laughing over the comms. Because you're still getting shot at, and none of the rounds are hitting you guys. They're just like literally pinging around, but they said it's not worth the round, but they'll take the shot.
I didn't say they had to shoot him. I just said they had to take him out.
I mean, if you want to show them a real lesson, shoot the gun.
Oh, one of them likes that idea, Overload. And for a brief second, you hear on the comms, you hear these two bots that are your snipers. S1 in place, taking the shot. Very calm, collected. That's all you hear is like this weird sound. And you just hear a shattering sound of metal. And you hear these two as they get kind of quieter, and you can tell they're kind of running away. And you can just hear over the comms, S1, that was a beautiful shot. S2 out. Why, S2, thank you. I take pleasure in my shots, too. S1 out. They're just sitting, they're sitting up there.
I knew that shell was going to be bit more worth it.
As you two...
that's just the appetizer over there. We're the ones getting the main course.
S2 to Gilgamesh, you have what looks like somebody chained to a pillar about 150 yards ahead of you.
Does it recognize any ID we know?
Negative. This may be a civilian. Unable to identify.
Does he look like he's still alive?
Affirmative. That is a go on that. He is still moving.
Keep an eye out and see about defending the target as we move in. If anyone seems to move in and use him as a bargaining chip, feel free to take him out.
Copy that.
Should I take
S1.
point?
They're gonna recognize me, and I'd rather open this with talking. I'll lead off on this one, but be ready. They're not going to like what I have to say.
You're over the
What's that
comms.
saying?
You're over the comms though. S1 and S2 just confirming their orders, and it's like, we got you covered. And then you guys start to get closer to this bot. You start to see it as you walk over the rubble of some of the buildings. You can hear S1 come across. I see movement over on the west side here. I see about 6 targets. Make that 7. And you hear S2 right side. Looks like they're trying to flank you. There's about another 6 targets here. Oh, no, make that 8. You see the
Very
bot
well.
up ahead moving and kind of move every once in a while like it's jerking free. You do see a little bit of sparking from where you're at.
Give me the layout of the land. What are we looking at in the structure here?
You get information from them. You have the pillar in the middle. You have 2 structures off to your left and 2 off to your right. Both are in pretty bad shape. Doesn't look like anybody could hide in them, considering they look like they've collapsed in. But there is some spots to take cover behind and hide behind.
Does it look like the floor is in pretty rough shape? Does it look like it could easily collapse?
Possibly.
Good to know. Very well. And he's gonna keep going.
You're about 100 yards from him. You're getting closer. You're at about 75 yards now. I need you to both make me give me a perception check, please.
Perception.
Oh,
Wow. 15.
Overlord, give me a perception check. Or no, you did yours. Never mind.
You got
My
13.
why does it look blended to me? But that's my brain kicking in.
It happened at the same time. It
Yeah.
only gave one audio bing.
Yeah, it's like, man, you guys are fast. Okay. Gilgamesh, you'll notice a little more of this. You see some of the bots off to the left and the right. Overload, you see them too. You don't see as many though, but you do see them kind of gathering. And you do hear some movement that's kind of behind you, but it sounds like there's a couple behind you, like they're trying to come up behind you.
How do we want to do this?
Does there look like to be a leader in this group? Like someone who's clearly the alpha of this little pack?
No. You've just got the group to the left and the right and behind you. And then you got the bot that's chained on the pole ahead of you. Do you want to
He's
continue?
gonna look around the room. Which one of you assumes to be in charge?
You see a couple of heads pop up. And they just kind of look at each other, and you see a couple others on the right side do the same thing. And then they duck back down. You get no response from them.
Maybe I didn't make myself clear. I am going to do something. I'm going to use minor illusion, and I'm going to create a crack of thunder right above their heads.
Oh my god. As you do, you freak them out, and a huge pile, kind of back behind, of debris lifts up, and you see about 10 other bots in there. And now you see somebody who looks like a leader, because he's painted up different coloring to the rest of them. He's a little brighter in reds, mostly reds.
He's just looking directly, steely-eyed into this one who just stood up. Do I have your attention now?
Well, good luck with diplomacy. I'm just gonna tap him on the back, but in reality, I'm gonna put my wedding bond just in case. Just in case it does turn to combat.
I mean, I appreciate it.
Just in case.
As you stand there,
just in case. And I've already built the Mega Block.
The other bots kind of wow, that was fast. They spread out and around, and you see them all kind of, they're circling, like doing a huge half circle. Now you still have a couple of targets behind you too, but you see the big orangish red, he's more red than anything, kind of walk. You hear this bellow. Yeah, right. Oh, these two look like we could eat them for scrap. And you see him pound his fists together, and he reaches to his back to pull up 2 axes. And now they're not glowing with energy. They're just big old metal axes. They're heavy duty things.
Sounds like an Optimus Prime wannabe.
Kind of. He's a little fatter, though. A lot fatter. Let me see.
Oh no, it's Fatimus Prime.
Oh my god.
Does this one speak for all of you?
Am I not speaking? And he slams the battle axes together up at the top. Well, they're just axes, excuse me. He slams them at the top and makes a loud. As you see, the others kind of cower back a little bit as he does it.
Then we're clear in who needs to be the one going.
Huh.
You.
The only one going is you.
And who are you?
Me? You don't know me? I'm Fatimus
Clearly
Prime. No, I'm kidding. Now he said that. Now it's in my...
Clearly not of anyone of worth, considering you're out here.
I'm gonna laugh if he claims an impossible feat.
He takes a step back. You'll know me after I cut your head off. He's dumb too, by the way. He takes and he throws one of those axes at you, unsuccessfully landing next to you, doing
Hey, look,
nothing.
a gift.
Can I go ahead and pick that up?
If you want to.
I'm just going to pick it up. Just like toss it a bit in my hand. I think you dropped something.
Shit.
You want it back?
Oh, I'll get it back after I cut your head off. As he's pointing with the other one he has.
Oh, so you do want it back. Great. I'm just going to toss it.
Are you going to throw it at him?
Yeah.
Shit. Oh my god. Okay.
And y'all are worried that I'm the one going to initiate combat. Y'all worried I'm the one gonna do it. Okay.
Oh no, I wasn't. It wasn't in case you start combat.
Oh my
It's just to
god.
give you a bit more defense.
Oh, just roll me a d20 for it. Jesus Christ. I should have seen this coming.
I mean, he started it.
What are you, a 3-year-old in the kindergarten?
And besides, like you said, Gilgamesh, self-defense.
He did technically attack you guys first.
I did.
And would I be adding my modifiers?
Yeah, you can. I'll allow it because it's you throwing his axe.
Cool, because considering I'm guessing it's a throwing axe, it has a does it have versatility?
Yes, I think. Yes. Sorry, I had to read.
Cool, it has versatility, so that's plus 11.
Oh shit.
Nat 20.
This is a big guy. Okay. Fuck. You throw this axe back at him, and he's standing there laughing. You hit him, and he slides back. This thing's impaled into his chest. He's not down, but he looks a mess at this point. The other bots start kind of looking around at each other, and he goes, "What are y'all looking at? Get him!" So I need you guys to roll initiative, please.
Before that happens, I am going to cast Mage Armor.
Okay, good. Give me initiative.
And then I'm rolling that initiative.
So this mega build, by the way, it can hold the assault rifle.
Oh shit, okay. Okay,
So what's your
that.
dexterity modifier?
Give me a
My
second.
dex?
Yeah. So I don't.
I'm a-
I can't really see your sheet. So I don't know. What
I
your
am
modifier
a
was.
+4 at dex. But
+4.
I have a feat that gives me an additional +5 in initiative.
Okay.
So you have a +4 to your dex. Oh, so you
Sounds
have
like he's
18
got a
armor.
plus.
Yeah, but I have the alert feat, which gives me a bonus +5 to initiative.
Well, I'm saying for your mage armor. So
Oh,
that
yeah,
means you
yeah.
have 18 AC.
Yep.
Okay. Sorry, I had to write down a lot of numbers here. I'm having them doing in groups. So you got the front group, the left and the right, and then you got the couple in the back. Which, they're there. I need a better pen. Hang on, there we go.
I would have also just like ping the targets for the snipers to let them know to engage when ready.
Oh, thank you. I forgot the snipers.
Yep, and it would just be like a ping, just like highlighting the targets. Like, that's all it would be. No further communication needed.
I have a marine head.
Oh, shit. Okay, with the snipers, you can tell one of the snipers where to shoot right now. Do you want them to shoot one of the ones in the front group, which is about 5 people there, or 5 bots, excuse me?
Of all the targets, I would have them focus on the one that looks to be the most aggressive. Because I see that there is a group of people who are kind of backing up, and I do see there are some people who would be taking his side. I would focus on the people who are taking his side, and we're going to cut them down.
All right. And
Currently, Fatimus.
Oh, he's for us. Fatimus is for Overlord and myself. We're scaring the shit out of the rest of them so they don't interfere.
Well, I was gonna do something that might help with scaring them.
Well, scratch that name. He is now
You can add
Fatimus.
on to it as well.
Well, it's because I'm not sure. Can I use thaumaturgy on someone else to make their voice boom more?
I don't.
I think you could.
Can you? Where's?
Yeah.
Because it says I can create it within range.
Yeah, because it just be like ventriloquism. Like you can project your voice into different locations.
Well, I'm like, I was gonna say, like, if someone was to like, if you were going to say something, then I could use thaumaturgy on you, so then your voice is booming 3 times louder.
I think we could. That's a DM's choice, I believe.
Sure, I'll allow it this time. Go for it.
Woo.
Have some fun. Oh, by the way, your sniper took out one of the ones on the left. Wait, is that the right? Shit, I got him backwards. It's on the right.
Yep.
I got him backwards.
So, I was just saying, like, whoever's the aggressive of the group.
Well, it's literally that's the more. There's more on that side. That's why too.
Yep.
So
that's fine.
So if you want to throw out some threats, then I can insist you on that.
I am fine with that.
Okay, the front group is going to take aim at who? Looks like they like Gilgamesh, so they're going to take aim at you, and they all have like simple blasters, so they're the 5 of them at the front. Does an 18 hit you? I don't think it will with the you got the extra.
It will tie. Yep.
Yeah, it would tie.
Okay.
Yep, so that will succeed.
But damage is halved because of the block.
So it's let's see, it's 11. So it's only
resistance
5.
All damage.
So 5.
Okay, so he takes 5 damage. I take 5 damage.
Yeah, that's it. From that group, and then it goes to. Hang on, I got a lot of numbers here that I have to write down. It's up to you, Gilgamesh. What would you like to do?
Okay.
He's kind of stepped back and let them run forward, so they're kind of in front of him. By the way, sorry, I should have reiterated that to so you know.
It's fine. I don't believe we have a map for this anyway. So.
No, I actually did have a map. I screwed it up, so
it's okay.
I actually
so he's got 2 people in front of him, right?
He's got 5 people kind of in front of him. That's the front group.
Okay. So positioning is going to be kind of important here. Are they kind of lined up in any way, or
they're kind of if you did with the right and left group, they're kind of arched around, so they're like in a half semicircle. So those 5 are kind of curved right there in front of him.
Okay.
Already start drawing on the screen.
Yeah, because my attacks are gonna be specific to who's gonna be in the area. So, how close am I to that group? Like, in distance?
Let me see. I'm gonna say you're a lot closer because they've moved forward. Let's see. They were just on the other side of the pole, but you had moved up. I'm gonna say you're a lot closer, so you're about, I'm gonna say, about 40 or I'm gonna say 40 feet away from them. They're actually pretty close, but they're small bots to you guys. So.
Okay, so if I was to use my full movement to get as close to that group as I can, how many would be within 10 feet of me?
Within 10 feet of you, you would have about 3 of them.
Okay. I like
They're,
that.
yeah, the arch group is they're kind of close together, so.
Okay. Before I do this, do you want to throw on a little combat music?
Oh shoot. Sorry, thank you. I did have.
Yeah, no.
Where'd it go?
Like, cause we're gonna have some fun here.
Shit. Where's the? Where did my music go to that I had selected for this? I had found music for already for you guys. You know what? I'm gonna find my. Where's my favorite one that I like to go for? Because it just sounds so cool to hear. But I'm gonna turn it up. I want it louder.
Oh, little loud. Bring it down a little
sorry.
bit.
All right. There. A little better? Too loud?
A little more. There we go. That's good.
Okay. I'll leave it about where it was then.
Yeah, because where it was pretty good.
That was loud.
I'm going to move in the direction of the offensive group, get as close as I can, and I'm going to cast Thunderstep.
What do you do?
And I'm going to basically teleport myself to the opposite side of the room and like drop in front of the group on the left that is, I'm assuming, a little more intimidated than the other side.
Yes. Which group is it?
So the the Thunderstep's going to crack over the offensive group, and I'm going to teleport to the other side where the other group is kind of backing off.
Okay. Holy crap.
I know I'm getting a little complex with it, but it's for a good reason. Because what's about to happen?
So the group that gets the
group on the right that is the offensive group, they have to make a Constitution saving throw. And let me see. They're gonna need to beat a 14.
Yeah, and that one ain't gonna beat nothing.
That's for
that's the right group. All of them? That's for the right group. That it covers all of them at this point. Because it's a nat
so
one.
Yeah, they
it's
are
bad.
all going to take 23 thunder damage.
Oh shit. Okay. Ooh.
They just see me run up to this group, and then I like flash step to the other side, and a loud cracking boom of thunder shakes the building as they are hit for 23 damage.
Yeah, they are not looking pretty right now. They're still up, but they look pretty gnarly right now. Ugh.
And just as a bonus action, I'm just going to unsheath my katana, and I'm going to raise it to the big guy. And I'm just going to gesture your move.
Oh, fuck. Damn. All right, let's see. You didn't have anything else to do? I want to make sure before
I do have another action, but I'm going to actually hold that action for if it does get close enough to me for an attack.
Okay. So the left group now is going to wait. Hang on.
I'm back from my internet straight up crashing, by the way.
Oh. Ooh.
Well,
don't worry, they're still fighting. They're getting their asses handed.
I can hear that.
They're going to take the left group is going to take aim at Overload now. And does a 19 hit you? Oh wait, yeah, I did have it.
let's see.
So wait, that's the passive group, isn't it? Or is that the offensive group?
This one is the God, I get mixed up. They're more the
affect me.
shit. Which one's which? I got them mixed up already.
Well, because it was the one on the right that I thought was the offense, because I drop on the left, and because those are the guys who are backing up.
Okay. I got them backwards, that's all. Okay.
Yeah, that's why I was just making sure.
Okay, it's still left group. They're going to try and do something anyway, because of the way I rolled it.
Yeah, the
messing me up,
doesn't
too.
affect me, so, no, it still doesn't hit.
Okay. So they're all intimidated by Gilgamesh scaring the shit out of them. Because they suck.
Just hear a slight pink.
Okay, let's see. I gotta see who's next in line. Jesus Christ, I have this numbered too. Okay, now the right group is gonna try and do something. Jesus, I got them all mixed up here. How did I do that? Oh, because of the way I did it. I'm writing the wrong number. Okay, they're gonna try and take a shot at Overload, and they're not doing any good. They miss you. I already know that. Jesus Christ, my rolls suck. Okay, now you've got two that have popped out from behind you, Overload. They're just gonna try and just wave at you because they can't seem to shoot straight.
What is it? One of those situations where it's like, "Hey, you guys."
Yeah, so they literally they're pulling out swords, like really bad looking pieces of metal sharpened, and they're gonna start making their way up toward you. They're not too far behind you, so. But they're not going to be able to do anything on this turn because they suck. Hey.
Of course they suck.
Okay, so we're back. We're down to where do you want the first sniper to shoot, Gilgamesh?
See, the left group took a shot at Overload, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
Gonna have them redirect their shots to the left group.
Oh. As the left group is like lined up, kind of. I gotta cough that one out. Oh my god!
Take a drink. Take a drink.
Oh, it's that Agua. For that too. It's for that too, but there's a reason.
Dude, no cancer.
He takes aim and... Oh, shit. Okay. A shot rings out and two bots fall down with no heads. He rolled a nat 20. And his damage was extreme. Because they were just perfectly in line, and you hear over the comms, "Ooh, trying to be an overachiever" from S2. Oh my god. Okay, we're back around to the front group, and they still like you, Gilgamesh. Does a 19 hit you?
That will hit.
Okay. Jesus Christ.
But I could do something about that.
Do you want me to tell you damage before you do that?
Nope. I'm just gonna go ahead and do it. Did it? Oh,
yeah, I did.
Okay.
I'm just sitting here giggling because it's like.
So I'm gonna add an additional +5 to my AC, so this will actually make me now a 23.
Well, that's good. It was only 4 damage. My rolls are today.
All right. Well, I mean, the way you said, I was like, I mean, I could take that chance, but I'm not gonna take that chance. So.
Because I was offering to tell you beforehand, because I'm like, it was ridiculous. I'm like, it's 4. Seriously?
Well, see, it was either gonna be really high or really low, and it's fine because really... I have the spell slots and I have the sorcery points.
I'll tell y'all, it's just these guys are pretty low on the totem pole. That's why they don't really have high stats. So they're kind of stupid.
I can tell they're low on the totem pole, and I'm not even there.
All right, it is
disturbance in the force.
Gilgamesh. It's up to you now. God.
We haven't even really touched Fat Guy. What's
Oh.
he doing?
I was gonna say, I didn't
Hang
have a
on.
turn.
I can bring him into it because I just realized that too.
and,
My bad. Okay, I got an initiative number for him. So, do you want to attack him? You can. I'm not going to stop you. He's kind of he's about 10 feet behind that first group right in front of you. That front group, excuse me.
Okay, well.
Also, he still has his axe still buried in
Did
him.
Overload did he not get a turn last round?
Did I not give you a turn, Overload? No, I did, didn't I?
No.
No, you don't get a turn.
He didn't get a turn last round.
No, you don't get a turn.
I guess I'll die.
Nope. Go ahead. Actually, go ahead and roll and do your thing, Overload. I'm sorry. I actually need you to roll, so I just realized. I missed something. Roll? Yeah, do attack somebody, kill something.
Well, I was gonna turn to the people in the back since they attacked me.
No, they're pretty close to you, so.
Well, they're going to attack me, I guess I should say.
They're probably about 20 feet from you now, so.
So, I'm just gonna turn around and look at them. And I guess just to add in, like, fear factor, I'm gonna use Thaumaturgy on myself. Since I can cast this multiple times. And let's see. Yeah, I guess I would make just my eyes from the orange to like a crimson red.
You trying to intimidate?
Really sure you wish to do this? As I'm just like more or less just like I'm gonna like look like I'm towering over them, which I mean I'm more or less already am, but I'm gonna do even more.
Oh my god. Let's see. You got that going for you. Roll an intimidation on top of it. I want to
stack. You know that tool.
Fuck you.
Okay, as you turn, because I'm going to give you the advantage on it because you are using. As you do, you can see them look at each other, and they you can see them slowly step back, and you see the blades like they're going to raise them to try and attack you, but they literally put them on their backs, and they just kind of walk back slowly, like hands up, like, no, we're good. We good.
Choice.
We good.
And since that was only one action, to the squad that's already been taking damage, boomstick.
Oh shit. Oh my god. With your red eyes, they're just sitting there going, you're freaking them out, man.
Actually, no, I shouldn't use boomstick. I'll use something with longer range.
If you want to, okay.
I'll use Toll the Dead.
Oh my god, this.
And which you know, I'll use it on one of the guys that's taking damage already.
Oh.
So wisdom save.
Yeah. Yeah, one of them falls down dead.
Whoa! I don't even need to roll damage.
Yeah, they didn't even bother saving themselves at this point. They were already in bad shape.
So it's just good choice. Lifts up his finger to the squad, and then one just falls dead.
The others are looking.
To a friend, I don't feel so good.
Yeah, it's really kind of what it was. He was standing there, and I don't feel so. You see the other ones kind of stepping away. Is it contagious?
I got a question for you guys. Who wants to help me break the the Cybertronian Geneva Convention?
Oh, this is already a war crime. We're just taking it up a notch.
They kind of already have anyway.
Who wants to help me develop a Rust cannon?
God.
So Cybertronian napalm.
All right, Overlord, you got anything else you want to do?
It's
that
worse
was-
than
that was-
that.
That was 2 attacks, so
Okay.
no, I don't got anything.
I need you
Or
to
2
roll
actions.
me Overload. What was I thinking? And I had it written down. Give me. Yeah. I need you to roll a strength check, please.
Strength check.
Mm-hmm. Just a strength check.
Show me your muscles.
Damn. That's a bad strength check.
You start to feel pain again, but this time not just in your head, but your entire body.
Okay. Not a good time now.
You start to see kind of tunnel vision on your optics for a moment, and you feel pain through your entire body. As you do, you guys see the big guy, and as Fatimus Prime, as you call him. God, he's got his own name now. Well, scratch the other name I had, so it doesn't matter. He starts screaming out, "See, he's feared of me, he will fall." You feel immense pain. Those 2 bots that were behind you, we could take him, and they start running up onto you. And they literally jump on you and start beating on you as this is happening.
Where's Aegis?
Aegis comes out. I haven't forgotten him.
Okay,
wanna know
I
what
was just
happened
like,
in
wait
this
a minute.
situation,
I
by the
thought
way?
Aegis was with him the whole time. Why is this happening?
He wraps to his back to protect him.
All I have to say is, oh boy.
But
oh boy.
Overload, I need you to roll me another strength check now.
Disney walk around, here we go.
You are able to withstand the pain, and you're able to stand back up. And the first time you hear Aegis, "Are you okay?"
I'm fine.
And you can hear Aegis hesitate. "Are you sure?"
Bit of a wake-up call, if anything.
"Fine, I'm taking care of these 2." And he flips back, knocking these 2 back. And all you hear is verbal crunching, or like the noise, just crunching sound of metal and a bot squealing as it dies. And then he just lands back up on your back, and this time he stays as a shield. Gotta remember who's next. Who did I leave off with?
It would have been me because Overload
Oh.
didn't get his turn yet.
Actually, he'll get another turn here shortly then.
I
Okay.
don't think the big guy. I think he only just took a speaking action. I don't think he did anything else.
Oh, hang on. I wrote it. I have him on a different spot on my sheet here. So, okay, here comes the big guy. Big guy's going to step forward now. This time he is really close to you, Gilgamesh. He's going to try and take a swipe. Oh my god. He takes a swipe at you.
I'm just
and
over here being Mickey Mouse.
literally, you just kind of don't even have to move. He misses you completely. You just kind of tip your head kind of thing.
Wonderful, because I held my action just for this specifically. I swing at him. Does
Do
a
you need another
17 hit?
Mickey Mouse? Oh boy.
Well, since you've got a bit of an advantage on him right now, yes, it does connect with him.
Wonderful. He gets 11 piercing damage.
Oh boy.
You slice off a piece of his armor, which is covering part of his chest. You can still see the axe is still embedded in him. You can see he's tried to take it out a few times, but he's not being very successful. Yes, I've been rolling for this. It's ridiculous.
All I hear is he fucked up.
Yeah, pretty much. So he stumbles back and he falls back. He's going to take another swing at you. And does a 19 hit you? I can't remember. I don't think it will with your mage.
It would, but I will use I'll use my last spell slot for this one. Shield for a +5.
He deflects off of you, not even doing any damage to you then. He just misses you. And he's got one more attack. Oh, that one misses too. He literally slams down into the ground with the axe. He misses you. Your rolls are sucky. Different dice.
Cool.
Different dice. Different dice out. It's pissing me off.
Oh, I got sorcery points anyway, so I'm not worried about my spell slots.
Yeah, I'm just sitting here. Here's this shit. All right, got different dice just to see. So let's see. He is done. No, wait. Let's see if it worked.
That would have been 2
By
actions.
the way, I did
Nope.
redeem some
He's
stuff,
done.
by the way, Major.
So, ooh.
Stretch.
Yeah, actually, I do need to stretch and do a bit. I gotta sit up more. I'm kind of hunched. Crunch, crunch. But as you see him kind of stumble around a little bit from that, then where's the other group? What's left
Well, that
of
was
the...
just my counteraction to his attack, so
Yeah.
I still get my turn.
Which should be your turn now.
Never.
Yeah,
Yep.
I got it mixed up. That's why I was like, wait a minute, I got numbers
Yeah,
all
no,
over the place.
that's okay.
I look like an Etch-a-Sketch right now.
I'm paying attention. It's okay.
It's good. 'Cause somebody is, because my numbers are all over the bloody place. So yes,
All right.
kill him. No, I mean...
Ooh, do I want to see?
Dun, 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 dun,
Is there anyone behind the fat guy?
No, literally, he's kind of now in line with the rest of them.
In line with the rest of them? How do you mean?
Well, because he had to move up to swing, so he's kind of taking up position in between them. So he's kind of in the line now with them. The little ones are off to his side now.
Okay, but the important
They
word
are
that I'm
10
looking
feet
for here is
near each
line.
other. Yeah, they're all in a nice little line there, arched around for you to do something. No, I did not plan it that way. I said they were stupid. I didn't say they were bright, because I've been rolling to see what they...
Okay. So I'm going to position myself at the top of this line, and I'm going to cast Lightning Bolt.
Oh, God. They don't... Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, what dex savings throw?
So, yeah, they need to make a dex saving throw. And...
Oh, their dex is so... They're... What would they have to beat for that dex again? Oh, where is it?
it's gotta be... I mean, if it's my spell save, it's a 14.
Oh, one came close. The others didn't.
So we need...
Ouch.
I got it.
I got one at a 13, and then the rest didn't roll as high. Their dex sucks, by the way.
So 8d6, that's gonna be 29 lightning damage on a failed save, and half as much for the successful saves.
Okay, and that's toward the big guy in the
Yep, the
front
big
group?
guy and everyone in the line that he is standing in.
Okay, big guy, you see a couple more pieces of his armor pop off. He looks pretty bad shape. The other ones, they look like they're barely standing. You can see one, his arms kind of just hanging there. One, his jaws kind of hanging off of him. One, you swear he doesn't have a leg, but he looks like he barely has a leg to stand on.
Just trying to decide if I want to do anything else here. Because I know I have another attack. I'm going to use Green Flame Blade, and I'm going to swing at the dude who's closest to me. So when I make a melee attack, if I hit him, it's going to send green fire and leap to the target nearest to him within 5 feet. And they will take equal damage. So, first off, we got to swing.
Attack with this one creature 5 feet of
So that'll be a 17 to swing on the dude in front of me.
Okay.
Basically, it's gonna leap the damage to the nearest target if I hit him. So does a 17 hit?
You hit the one, he just literally disintegrates in front of you.
Alright, so he disintegrates in a little green flame burst, and that green flame is gonna hit the guy behind him for 6 damage.
Who also just falls apart. It's so stupid.
And I'm as they die, I am staring daggers at the big fat guy.
You can see him kind of stumble back a little bit, and he's just sitting there. You can see he's just eyes aglow, like he's
that's my turn. I'm just ending staring daggers at him as the 2 people in front of him just burst into puffs of green smoke.
All right. Ow. The left group is going to take aim at you, Gilgamesh. 19 hit you?
19 will hit.
Oh wow!
I can do a reaction, I believe. Which Shield of Faith. That should boost you up to 20.
Yeah, that would put me up to 20 for that one.
They all take shots at you and they miss. And then it moves to... Oh, those 2 are dead. I forgot. Never mind. No, they're dead. Overload.
How far away is the fat guy?
He is probably about 30 feet from you.
30 feet?
Mm-hmm. Because you guys have moved up since then, so you're pretty close. And they've moved to you, too. Huggable distance.
Then I'm just going to close the distance of him. And I'm going to grab at the axe that's in his chest.
Okay, what do you want to do with this said axe?
I want to pull it out.
Give me a strength check.
Disarm. He's going for a disarming strike.
You rip it out of his chest, and just he's ready.
Thanks for keeping it warm. I'm gonna slam it right back down.
Oh. Okay, just roll me a d20. Me a d20.
18.
Fuck. How do you want to finish him?
Brutalization.
Okay, I'm not even gonna have you roll damage at this point because I'm afraid of what you're gonna roll me anyway.
I mean, I don't even know the damage for the axe. So.
I just have you roll me a d20, but I don't. At this point, he is low enough. Anything you roll will probably kill him. Almost kill him. I should
Roll
say.
to confirm.
Just go ahead, roll me a d20 for the hell of it. I'll take care of the numbers. Don't worry. I know my numbers.
Let's just confirm the kill.
Okay, finish him. How do you want to finish him?
Brutalization, constant strike to the chest.
As you pummel him with this axe, he drops the other one and it slams into the ground, sticking up. And he's just getting shredded into pieces through his chest. And you see what was left of his spark is gone now, and his optics kind of go out, and his head rolls away. As let me see something. Oh wow, the left and right group are still sticking around. Oh, and so is the front group. So okay, they're still there, and
really, they just watched their leader just get his head removed, and they still want to fight.
Yep.
Well, if they still want to fight,
I mean, that's their their mistake. They want. That's fine.
I also have an extra attack.
So now, Overload, you're kind of right there with the front group because you took out the big guy. You have the front group kind of right there. The other two are off to the left and right still. They're not far away, but their front group's closer.
So you really wish to stay, huh?
They'll kind of just look at each other and then look at you and
fine by me. Extra attack, throw.
Oh my! What 13. Do you want? What do you want to throw? Who do you want to throw? Oh my god! Okay. Okay. They look at you, and one of them kind of, I'm going to say one of them does get hit by this. The other two are still standing there. He disintegrates immediately. And the other two try and make themselves look like they're bigger and more aggressive, and they just look pathetic.
Turtle.
Tell me where you want the sniper to shoot.
Okay. How big are the groups on each side at the moment? Like, which one's the larger group?
Right side. Hey, about 6.
Redirecting targets to the right-hand group. Let her rip.
He takes a shot and takes out one of them cleanly. You just see their heads pop. You're evening out the groups here. And then it falls to what's left of the front group. Because you took care of the big guy. Does a 20 hit you, Gilgamesh?
Yep. Or, well, wait, does that Shield of Faith, how long does that last?
Oh, yeah.
It lasts for 10 minutes, I think.
Oh, but it ties anyway, so it still succeeds. So.
Yeah.
Yep, it still hits.
If anything, you'll still take half damage.
Yeah.
So when I roll that 20, it's still 20, right?
I mean, yeah. But half damage is
Yeah.
half damage.
But now, because it's a natural 20, it's just going to be regular damage.
Yeah. So, yeah.
So, what's the damage?
Oh. Wow. 6. Never mind.
Okay.
They don't do much to you. Their little pea shooters are not strong. I need to up those. I don't like that. I gotta fix those numbers. Oh, wait.
No, I
There's
think they're
only
doing
2.
fine. I don't know what you're talking about.
Uh-huh. Oh, I forgot a sniper. Oops.
It would have been the same action for both. Like, I would have redirected them to the same side.
Okay, so then I'm going to count that as... There's only 4 left now. There we go. Because I'm just going to count their number. I don't want to deal with it. Too much brain thought. Okay, it is... Okay, they did theirs. It should be yours, Gilgamesh. Yeah, because now I'm making more sense of my numbers. It is your turn to destroy them all.
Who is closest to me, left or right?
That would be the left group. Oh, wait.
Just gonna turn my attention to the group on the left, and just with my bonus action, you could have run.
They all look at each other nervously.
Swinging at the nearest one. That's a 22.
Yeah, you definitely hit.
For 7
Ooh.
piercing.
They got hurt. At least that one did.
Wonderful. Doing it again. That's a 13 though.
He's looking pretty nasty now.
Oh, a 13 hit?
Oh, no, never mind.
Okay,
But he
like,
is
wait.
still low. He is still low. Never mind. He came close though.
Okay, I was about to say, man.
Sorry, my
his
brain
AC
checked.
is garbage.
Sorry, my brain
with a
checked. I saw
13.
the 18. That's why my brain checked. I was like, wait, what?
Yeah, no, I don't have advantage here unless Carbine was giving me it. But she hasn't really done anything in this combat, so.
Do you want her to? Allow right now?
Sure. I mean, we're pretty much we're nearing the end of this. So,
unless
like,
you guys want
she can
them,
have. Yeah, she can jump out, have a little fun.
I'm letting you guys more and more have. I got to remember to do that. These two, you guys have more control over them more and more in combat now because I'm letting you take the reins more with them because they are part of you more than anything. So
yeah, I just
gotta
didn't
remember
roll
that
initiative for
yeah.
her, so that's okay.
Yeah, neither did I. My bad. But I'll allow them to jump in right now. So, what do you want her to do? And it's up to you. You can even roll for her. If you want.
Just allow her just to kind of leap off my shoulder and just kind of pounce at the nearest one and go for a slashing attack. Go for whatever attack she wants to, really. She's just set up in a position where she can leap off of me and go for the nearest one.
Oh God, is she ever? Let's see. Fine. Let me see her sheet. So I can see her. Oh, she freaking hits. And you want her to use her claws? Oh, wow.
She can use whatever she wants to do. Like I'm letting her cut loose, really.
So on that same group?
Yep.
Okay. You want her to attack the one that you attacked, or do you want her to attack a different one?
Dealer's choice. She can attack the one I did, or she can go for the one next to him.
Okay, she's running down your arm while you have your blade extended out, and she leaps off. Oh. Ooh. She takes a swipe with her pretty little claws, but I don't think it's going to matter much because she takes his head off. So that one you were just swiping at, she finished it off for you.
Cool. That's teamwork,
Holy
baby.
crap! I did not expect that to happen.
That's
Okay.
fucking teamwork.
So, let's see. Wait, does she have a second attack at all?
Yeah, she should have 2 attacks.
Okay. You can have her attack another one that's right nearby.
Yep.
So,
Go for
let's
it.
see. Okay, she succeeds. Wow, my rolls are starting to pick up now. Well, that might not be good. So, she takes an attack. She succeeds. She does. Let's see, I can stretch that out. She does 17 damage to the next one. And that's with her claws. She takes a swipe at him.
Sweet.
So he's knocked down pretty
His
good.
ace.
Yeah, so she's in combat with you. Aegis is just hanging out on your back, protecting your back more than anything now. So let's see. We did them. Did I do the right group? No, I did not do the right group. They look at you, Gilligan, or no, actually, they're closer to Overload. They look at you, Overload.
They're on Overload.
Yeah. They miss you completely, so don't worry. They suck. Overload, your turn.
Which side was the one that just missed?
Or right side that's closest to you.
Ah. Good choice.
They're all looking at each other worried.
Is it now?
Why are we sticking around here?
Very good choice.
Because
I'm gonna go ahead.
That's why he's sticking around.
I'm gonna go ahead and walk up to them. And how big is their size?
They are, well, they're about like, a little. They're not as tall as Gilgamesh. They're a little shorter. They're like 15 foot. They're small, kind-ish. Addie actually stands taller than they do, really.
Are they about club-sized?
Yes.
Okay. Because just to like hammer in the nail in the coffin. Rage.
Oh crap! All right.
Which
Right.
because I do rage, it does stop the concentration on shield.
Oh, that's
shield
right.
phase, I
Yeah.
think.
Okay.
Does it
Yes,
do the
that's
same with
fine.
warding bond? No, it doesn't. Because it's not a concentration apparently. So that's good.
All right. So you're raging now. You look bigger than normal to them, so they're kind of freaking out. Just roll me an intimidation. I want to see what happens. I'm curious.
Would it be with advantage?
Yeah, because you're raging. Holy shit.
19.
The 4 bots are looking at you terrified. And 2 of them, the 2 side ones, kind of look over and they're like, ain't worth this, and they throw the blaster up in the air and run away. The other 2 are standing there and they look at each other. What are we doing? And they just point at you, Overload. Hey, we cool, man. We cool. And you can see them drop the blasters and they're like, no, we cool. They even take the seat, swords going away. Bye. We good. We cool, man. We cool. We cool? And they start walking backwards a little faster. Like, nope, we're good. We're good. Dude, we all good? Just like,
They're still within grabbing range.
yeah, they are. Those 2 are.
And even if
And
they
I-
manage to get out of the building, I can already ping them for the snipers to finish them off. So
Yeah.
they're choosing which way they want to go out. Either way, it's gonna happen.
Well, I was gonna say, I have 2 attacks.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna go ahead and just grab both of them.
Hey, dude, we're cool, man. We cool. And they're just like cowering in your hand. Please, hey.
Puck shot.
What?
Toss.
Ah! This is so stupid. In the distance, you see a little bot in the air. Ah! You still have the other bot in your hand. And he's looking at you. Hey, dude, we cool. You got to throw him.
Can I signal to one of the snipers?
Yeah.
Cause I want to.
I'll allow it.
Do we know their location? That's one thing I'm actually interested on.
I mean, you
if we know the
specifically
location.
wouldn't know where they are, but you could ping them with the same signal that I've been pinging them with.
You both have literal communication. It's just it was given to Gilgamesh as the lead on it, but you can give them a command too.
Then I'm just gonna say one word to them. Puck shot.
And you just hear him. Ooh, 50 Shaniks. I bet you I can get him before you. And you just hear them 100 if I get him. You're on, and you hear them like, oh, just go, let's go. They're eager. As you launch this, let's see who gets it. Ooh. He's up in the air.
Wait, Striker got it. That's who got it.
Oh, God.
Orbital beam incoming.
Who the hell? But you hear
God is incoming.
You hear a shot ring out, and it passes, kind of like hits his foot, and he starts spinning, and then the next shot, boom! You see the whole body shatter apart. You owe me 100 Shaniks. That's S2 to S1. And you just hear S1. Damn it.
So, we got anyone left?
Well, let's see. That takes care of them. There's only the 4 left in the left group. 2 in the front. But you see, since you took him out and you took them out, it leaves. You better satisfy the S1 sniper.
I've given them both the same free range. If they see a target they like and they can take the shot, it's all them.
Ooh. Oh, I feel so sorry for you. Oh.
He won dead Cybertronian.
Well, that's 3 down with that damage. Down to 3 in the left group. You got 2 in the front, 3 in the left, and now it's... I'm going to say he already took his shot. So, Gilgamesh, your turn. Pretty much you got the left group in the front group that's kind of... You're all in their vicinity. Same as Overload, kind of. So you have choice.
Choose wisely.
So, we've already wrought a fair amount of violence. He's going to raise his blade to the group in front of him, which is going to be the right group.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of side-eyeing the front group.
Who looks horrible, by the way.
And he's going to address all of them. This is your last chance. Surrender now or perish.
Ooh, left group says screw you. The front two that look really bad shape, like literally one's on his last leg, and the other one looks like his jaw's kind of hanging. Those two look up at you and like they look exhausted. They look tired, and they just kind of like, I don't even know why we're doing this anymore. And he takes the blaster, he throws it down angrily, the one with the jaw. He's kind of talking funny, so it's like, and he takes the blade off the back and he just throws it down. I'm done with this crap. And the other one looks over at him and he's like, and he kind of grabs his leg and moves it forward. What he said. And he throws down the blade and they both sit down like, we're done. They're too exhausted to go on, but the other three are like looking at them like, you cowards. And the three on that last group is wanting to still go at it like dipsticks.
Am I within movement range to attack them?
Oh, they're well within range of you. You don't even have to move, really.
Wonderful. I'm going to... Carbine and I are basically going to attack in tandem.
Okay.
So I'm just going to go for the first one nearest to me. That's a 26. Whoa. That will certainly hit.
That's one down?
That is 12 damage.
No, that's a dead. You took him down. That's one down.
Alright. So then Carbine's just going to leap off of his now corpse and attack the nearest one.
And I forgot, I do have rolls. I don't have to roll my dice for this. So I can actually use hers, but I'm going to roll general attack on them. Oh, shit.
I mean, we can do this separate from my turn as well, but, like, I'm just going to be doing the same thing, attacking the nearest guy. And that's a 26 again.
Oops.
That's only going to be 5 damage for the second attack.
Okay. 5... And is she going for the other one? I don't remember.
Yep, she's going to go for the other one. Like I said, we're basically going to be a tandem attacker here.
No, I don't want to. Why is it doing this now?
Because yes.
Because Roll20, it likes to change stuff.
Oh, God.
Yes,
Hang on. Give me a second.
It's okay.
Because she does hit. Alright, it's going to ask me that stupid question again. It's just a public roll. Just roll the damn thing. That's really dumb. Just roll the damn thing the way I want. It's supposed to be public anyway, so... So, she does 15... Does it... Wait. Oh, well, that one's dead too, so just leave the one you're attacking now.
Well, I've killed one and now she's...
So you have one left.
I attacked one, and then she would have attacked that one.
Oh, did she? Okay. So there is still one. Wait.
Yeah, we've killed 2 of them, and now there's only one of them left in that group.
Okay. Let's see. So, okay, so that takes it out. So you just have really the one left over, and he looks kind of stupid right now, and I don't know why he's still up. You know, I roll to see if he's stupid or smart enough to run away, and he's mostly stupid. So
that's fine. Because, I mean, that's my turn, and guess what? Someone else is going to get a turn to finish him.
Hey, Overload, do you want to play with a toy? I'm not even going to let the snipers have it on this. How did this move?
Hammer.
Oh, God.
Puny God.
Beat a motherfucker with another motherfucker.
Oh, wait. You said there was a pillar in the middle, yeah?
I wouldn't shoot that. I mean...
Yeah, no.
There's still a prisoner.
You're going to bring the floor down beneath us, and we're all going to go crashing down into some wild cave
also,
we don't need to be
you got to
in.
remember, there is still a civilian who is chained to the pole.
Well, I was going to say, can't I, like... Actually, I can't really break it, because then if there's...
He's still there's still civilians chained to that, so
you could just, toss him through the wall.
Or, well, depending on what you want to do with that pillar,
I was
you
gonna
could.
say, if I like, is there a ceiling for one?
Not really.
Well, no, because
No.
You're
yeah.
standing on it.
I was
Not
gonna
much.
say if I wasn't gonna break the pillar off at the base. It's like above where the chains are.
No, you're
wanna
not
some
trying to break
chains.
the pillar. You're just trying to wrap the guy around the pillar.
Well, I was gonna say, I was gonna grab a hammer.
Hammer time. Well, you do have 2 lovely axes sitting there. You could use one. They're axes. They're not battle axes. They're axes. So they don't have the double blade. They have only one blade on each side, or one side of them.
Would I have the strength to combine the two?
You mean like hold them both together? Or
Sure, we'll go for that.
I think he
No,
wants to
he wants-
forcibly intimidate them to become a battle axe.
Yeah, he wants to press them together to form one.
By the powers combined!
I'm gonna do something stupid. Roll me an intimidation. Just roll me.
Hey, you're gonna make someone else feel a little certain about his axe.
Now roll me a strength.
And I believe since I'm still raging, I have an advantage. Aww.
Well,
You still have advantage. It's Jesus.
You're not
Genius out of
there.
nowhere.
You're not there.
I know, I wish I was there to fuck with Matrix.
Flash of genius out of nowhere.
He's on the comms.
Where'd
Hey,
this
guys.
fog come from?
Yeah. You try to intimidate the actors. Join together and you hear Aegis. What the hell are you doing? As she tried to smash it.
Yeah.
Well,
can't
he
say-
passes intimidation, but his strength was kind of meh.
Yeah, so you're
You
trying to hold
passed the vibe check. You,
You-
failed the extra
kinda-
vibe check.
You're kind of holding them both by the hilts together. They look. It looks intimidating-ish, but your strength isn't strong enough. That's too.
Hammer.
Oh,
I'm gonna
Aegis
walk towards
like,
two.
oh my god.
See, it's kind of interesting because if you think about it, like he's scaring the piss out of him, and he's intentionally holding back his strength,
Yeah.
which makes it even more intimidating.
So, yeah, there's just the one bot left. So you walk over.
Hammer.
Are you just saying hammer as you walk up to him? Oh my god.
I mean, I have a feeling that my character's gonna pass out at the end of this combat, so I'm building it up.
Oh my god.
I feel sorry for this guy. Oh wait, never mind. No, I don't.
I'm gonna more likely pass out again, so I'm more
They were
building it up
given
as if I'm going
2.
insane.
They were given 2 opportunities to run. This idiot chose the wrong choice.
God.
For the time being, Overload is going insane. Hammer.
This.
Uh-oh.
Oh my god.
Turtle.
This bot has literally lubricated itself to where I don't think it has
As it
anything
should.
left in it. And it's just standing there with its blaster hanging off of its hand, just staring at you with this huge hammer-looking thing. Its little
Just remember, I
optics are
can
just
do
like,
it with some volunteers.
and you just see him. You just see his optics kind of turn off, and he's just still standing there, though. He's not moving. And you can kind of hear Aegis. I think he's scared the lubricant right out of him to the point he shut down. He's just...
I'm just gonna, like, flip it. Just flick him.
You hear that ching. Yep. So at this point, I need you to roll me a strength check.
Woo, I'm raging, so advantage. Fuck, 13.
You start to feel that immense pain again, but something's different. Again, it's through your body. Aegis is picking up on it, and he gets off your back and he flies down, and he's looking at you. You can feel this pain running through your body, coursing through your entire body. And even the snipers are through the comms. Is everything okay down there?
Shit.
And you feel immense pain. You start to feel weak in your knees. Your legs start to give a bit. You start to see that tunnel vision again, but this time it's starting to turn red.
Gilgamesh is gonna run over to Overload and try and check on him. Hey. Hey.
You're
still in there.
Overload. You can't really. You hear some muffled talking, but you can't hear or really see much. You feel that immense pain. I need you to roll me another strength check now. You feel it subside a bit, and you're able to retain your vision. You can start hearing Gilgamesh, and you can see Aegis kind of sitting in front of you looking worried. You feel a little different, though. Not in a bad way, just different somehow.
Just take a moment and relax. We're out of danger. Just cool your servos.
The sun is getting low.
You hear the two Yeah. After that, you hear the two snipers across the comms. You guys might want to get out of there just in case. You may have taken out one of the heads. Doesn't mean the other isn't still somewhere around.
Get the bridge ready. I'm leaving behind a message. And I'm gonna go walk up to the big guy, and I'm gonna go find his head that went rolling off.
I'm gonna go ahead and cut the chain from the civvy.
As you break the chain, are you using one of the axes that you have? You still have those. I know.
I'm out of rage after that incident.
Yeah, I know. But you can use the axe if you want to. You have the two axes.
See, I'm just gonna cut the chain.
Okay. He just kind of lands on your shoulders. You're walking over to release the civilian that is there. And he's like, "Are you okay?" And he kind of takes one of his talon feet and balls it up and thumps you on the side of the head. "Hey, are you okay?"
I don't know.
I may be pissed with you, but it doesn't mean I don't care.
So Gilgamesh requested a space bridge, right?
Yep, I'm telling you to have it on standby because we're gonna need it here in a minute. As I'm grabbing the head, I'm searching for a nearby piece of rebar or even a broken off piece of one of their broken bodies, and I'm displaying the head as a message, and I'm gonna quickly carve in the Koga emblem into his forehead.
As you do, you can use the pillar that the civilian was tied to with the chain, because it does have some rebar pieces sticking out of it.
Well, I'm with the loose chains. Then I'm going to wrap his head around it,
Oh my
and
God.
so it's kind of like hanging off the pillar, not like tied to it, just like
Oh, that's
kind
even
of
more
hanging off in a
intimidating.
displaying fashion.
I mean, the pike is one thing, but dang.
Oh, he's gonna look like a necklace hanging off this pillar.
Yeah, that's what I'm like. That's gonna. Ooh.
And he's gonna have our emblem carved into his forehead, displayed as a message. And once I have that done, I'm gonna look to overload and signal that we're ready to leave.
Overload. Before you turn and see Gilgamesh, you see the civilian. He is. It looks like a really scrawny bot, but he is one of the civilians. He looks up, and you can see part of his jaws kind of hanging, and you can see one of his arms is literally kind of ripped out of socket, like it's barely hanging there. But his other arm that he was able to move and try and gesture, he's kind of weak. And he kind of looks up at you, and he blinks wearily with his optics, and he kind of.
Yeah, once we're ready, I'm gonna go assist him carrying the civilian and signal for Void Striker to start the bridge.
I'll deploy the bridge and come through in case anybody needs medical attention.
We're bringing one through, so don't worry about it.
Bridge opens up right near you guys. The snipers are like, copy that. We'll let the chief know you're leaving.
Good hunting, gentlemen. He signals to the snipers. Make it back to the guild safe. You'll be handsomely rewarded for the day.
Oh yeah, copy
I'm gonna
that.
let Felix know we've got an injured coming through.
Copy that, Gilgamesh. We are out. Don't be afraid to give us a call anytime. This was kind of fun. Over and out. They cut comms and they're out of there.
Felix, besides from the one that died from being too scared, how many bodies are intact still?
There's actually, I mean, pretty much some of them are butchered apart, but they're still pretty well intact. They're just beat the crap out of.
Any that are still intact, I'm just gonna like drag and then toss into the portal.
Okay, that's the one you scared the shit out of, literally, and killed.
Yeah, because I think everyone else either had their head popped or got literally cut up by me.
Yeah, so he's probably about the only one. So you can play catch, Void Striker, as you see a little body fly through and you can catch it. You just gotta let him know that it's not a live one. Don't worry. It's a play toy.
Think fast, Chocolate.
So as you all proceed through, and a body slides through the opening of the space bridge, and you hear Kiara and Varish, "Oh, whoa! Do we need to, get the guns out?" They're freaking out a little bit, and then they realize, "Oh, it's dead. Never mind."
You just see the three of us kind of walking through the bridge. Overload. I carrying the civilian back through.
Felix,
I'm gonna grab this corpse by its head and drag it to the lab.
You see him walking up. Yeah.
Intact as you wanted.
Felix takes kind of gestures, set him down here. I'll take care of him. And Felix looks him over, and the bot's still conscious, like, friend. And Felix, like, you're safe here. He kind of blankets everything. Let's get you the med bay, heal up. And he kind of, you see the bot kind of like completely relax back. And just kind of like, okay. And Felix looks back as he pushes the stretcher forward and away. He goes, "What happened to him?"
The civilian, we don't know. He was on display.
Man.
He was still alive, so we decided to cut him loose. Let's get him the medical attention, and then see about getting him back to his family if he has any back on Cybertron.
I'll keep him sedated, and once he's healed enough here, I will send him back for their medical teams to handle that part.
Treat this as a black site operative. Do not let him leave the medical bay. Do not let him see anything past the bay.
Yeah. I don't feel like having visitors like this. I'll take care of him.
Which is why once he's healed up and ready to go, we're going to send him back.
For now, I'm going to keep him sedated so he does not wake up right now. When he wakes up, he'll be on the other side. For now, I'm going to get his arm fixed, and I've seen this.
If need be, we can send him to my guild on Cybertron. We can at least take care of him from there once he's stabilized, so that way we don't have any complications.
He kind of pushes the gurney and lets it roll away a little bit, and he comes back to you. I already gave him sedation. He's kind of out. I've seen torture like this before. This is just the beginning of it. Wherever they did might be even psychological.
Rest assured, the ones who did this have been made an example.
I hope so, because this is sick. I'll take care of him. And he kind of pats you on the arm, and he walks off, grabs the gurney, and rolls the bot away. And you just see him shaking his head and mumbling.
He's got a slight smirk on his face as he said that, because he doesn't really know exactly what he did and what he left behind.
He's just... Felix is just like, I've seen this stuff before because of the past wars. And I mean, technically, in a way, Overload has kind of seen something similar, but not exactly like that. His has been more brutal. So, I will tell you certain things. And I don't know why my screen is doing what it's doing. There we go. As he takes the patient to be repaired, you can kind of hear Carbine speaking out, and she goes, "That was fun. But what happened to him?" And you see her tentacle gesture. What happened to that bot was not fun.
No, it wasn't. But we made sure to send a message to anyone who continues this behavior. Who's going to come for them? They'll fall in line. But if they're stupid, they'll continue down this path and they'll end up like the rest of them.
Aegis is staring at you, Overload, and he kind of takes his balled up talon again and he thumps you in the side of the head. Are you going to be okay now?
I don't know.
I don't like it. Something's happening.
Feel different.
He transforms and kind of just sits on your shoulder, and he dead serious with you. Soldier, what's going on?
And maybe besides from another person inside my head who wasn't a Spark Eater, while also not being a Spark Eater from another universe, who was experimented on, and their entire civilization wiped. You tell me.
I don't know anything about Spark Eaters that much. I refer to her for that. Or the other one that walked in the other room. Speaking of, walked in the other room with a body. I don't want to know. Outside of that, you having somebody else in your head, that might be doing something to you. And he kind of taps on your chest with his finger pointing inside of you. It might be doing something.
Not willingly.
Yeah. Now, I ain't the smartest bot here, but I ain't stupid. I've seen things, too. This is... And he's kind of gesturing to all of you. whatever's happening.
Well, there isn't much to be done. So for now, I'm going to lay down.
We have time still. We still have to requisition all of our materials for our deep space voyage, and that's going to take some time to pull together. We've quelled at least this insurgency, and hopefully there won't be anything major between now and then. You go get some rest. I'll have other matters need to look into as well. No rest for the weary. And Gilgamesh will walk off with Carbine, and they're gonna head back to the conference area.
Oh yeah. Who's our like welding blacksmith guy again? Was it Steel?
Steel.
Yeah, Steel.
Before I go lay down, I'm just gonna like go to Steel and just place down the 2 axes down and just go back.
And you walk into the cargo area where he hangs out, and he's kind of got a bench set up over in one area, and what looks to be like a charge bed of his own in there, because he's such a big bot. He's kind of big like you are, Overload, but he kind of likes being in those areas. And he looks at them and he goes, "What do you want me to do with these?"
Just in the crease of in between them, I'll just do a line like you'll know what to do.
Forge anew.
You see, Aegis is still transformed in a bot form. He's kind of leaning on your head, like, in other words, he wants one of these, and he holds up his. But mine's better still. And Steel's like, oh. Now, see, I understood him. He goes, give me a little time. I'll get to work on it. It won't be like that, though.
Thumbs up.
You see him, how in the heck am I going to do this? He just like, jealous are we much? And he's waving his battle axe in front of you.
Tired.
Yeah, you should rest. You kind of, you're worrying us. You're worrying me, and he thumps you in the head real hard.
I just need time to gather my thoughts.
All right, then let's go rest. At least you rest. As you proceed through Overload, I'm assuming you're going to head to the bunks, right?
Yeah.
You proceed through. You get through the common area where you see Addie, and she's like really intrigued by Drift, and she's talking to him, and she looks over. Oh, hi, Overload. There's another one? And that's all you hear is a really loud. And Drift's like, oh yeah, that's my bro up there. That's Aegis. Like, dude, you gotta check this out. She's like infatuated with like minicons. Aegis just kind of like, I'll be out in a moment. He talks too? I can understand him too? And Drift is like, yeah, we're kind of more evolved minicon. We're different. Remember what I said? We kind of gone over this. And she's like, oh yeah, I'm sorry. Just, I want to talk to you too. Can you come back out soon? And she's like leaning over, like really eager, but really, how many are you here? And Drift kind of avoids the question as you walk out of the room. Like, well, there's a few of us. Yeah. Aegis kind of escorts you to your quarters, Overload, and he's like, you lay down and charge. I will be back to check on you. Do you understand that?
Yeah.
And he gets you to lay down, and he goes, all right, close the optics, get some charge. I'll check on you in a bit. And he leaves the room. You hear the door open and close as your optics close. you kind of drift off. Aegis kind of joins Addy and drift out in the common area. Gilgamesh, did you go to charge too, or I forgot where you said you were going?
Not yet. He's calling up Widow and having a basic conference call with Kiara as they're going to be discussing some things.
All right, as Aegis, Addy, and Drift are answering Addy's questions, you call Widow and she immediately answers. And she's like, never want to miss your calls. How's it going, little one? Gilgamesh? She keeps auto-correcting herself. How did it go?
The insurrection has been dealt with. They shouldn't be a problem. However, we did manage to recover one civilian who was being held inside. He's being treated for medical care and we'll be returning him to Cybertron once he's stabilized.
And you see her kind of put her elbow on a table and put her hand in her head, and she's just kind of, she almost looks a little exhausted from it, but she's like, at least you found one alive instead of 10 dead. That's good news, at least. And yes,
I made sure to make our message clear.
Oh,
Those
yes.
who find the remains will know exactly who did it, and they'll know exactly why they should not do it again.
Yes. We have lots of pictures, and the smaller groups have, a lot of them have backed down and are willing to talk now. Thank you. Although we still have some inner issues, little whispers of groups that are not guild, but underground. We're not sure where they're at, though, and what's going on. They're pretty elusive, so we're keeping our sensors hot right now, trying to figure out if this is going to be an issue, which everything is an issue. It just kind of gestures everything on our table.
Master, with all due respect, we are trying to form a one-world government. Not everyone is going to be receptive to what we are choosing to do.
No. The council does want to have a free Cybertron. One for all kind of thing. Not that other saying that the old guard used to call it. You know, till all are one.
It should be a government that does take care of its citizens, but we need to understand that we are in an age of crisis.
Yes.
We cannot afford to take missteps, and we cannot afford to dolly around any longer than we already have. Sometimes aggressive actions are going to need to be taken in order to continue our civilization. True.
We do have a lot of things going on, but I do have some positive, I think, news. There's 2 planets that were based as, at least by Cybertronians. They've contacted us, and they want to either have a barter or a way for some of the civilians to come back to Cybertron at some point. You know, repopulate Cybertron, but we have told them Cybertron is still in a state of degradation. We are slowly getting an energy project working, but we're having small setbacks. But it is looking good.
Anything worth doing is obviously going to have setbacks, but so long as we have the resources and the people with the know-how, we can easily overcome anything.
Very true. Great. I have another meeting to go to.
In the meantime, we did have a few other matters I needed to ask you about.
Oh, please keep me here. She doesn't want to go to the meetings because she's so bored with them.
Have there been any new developments in that assassin who's been...
We can hear you.
Yeah, we hear you.
Yeah, just having a slight problem with my headset there for a second. Sorry.
Breaker 19, breaker. No.
Because Discord was telling me my headset wasn't connecting, so I was just double checking.
Oh, that's fun.
I gotcha.
Yeah, we all have issues with it. But she looks down at the tablet and she goes, and you see her kind of swipe a couple times. So far it's been quiet. There has been rumors of a new assassin, and you can see her visibly puzzled, like a puzzled look. Gilgamesh, you haven't run into anybody like a new assassin lately, have you?
No, I have not run into any one of them personally. I've only heard about them through these reports.
Okay. Maybe it's just coincidence. But when is there anything coincidence? As she looks up and cocks her head like, really? It's
So
just...
What is it you have then?
Just stories. So far, somebody moving about the shadows. They don't get an identification. There has been a few incidents, but nobody's put it as murder in a sense. Nobody's been offline in any way, at least that we know of.
We still know the spider's out there in play. We just don't know to what extent.
And she kind of leans down and stops looking at the tablet, and she looks up. Yes, my sister is being an issue still that I don't want to think about very often, but I have to.
It is something we need to address one way or the other. She is going to continue to do this until she is put down.
Sooner would be better in this case.
It's a matter of finding her then.
And have you heard anything about her location possibly?
Not a word. But I do suspect that these recent experimentations by Shockwave and the assassination activities, they're all connected. To what extent, I'm not entirely sure yet. I don't have all the pieces of this puzzle, but it's no coincidence. We know someone who has these kinds of assassination capabilities. It's uncannily her, but there may be more. We know that the arc hammer is also still in play. I did visit the site that it was last seen, and it was clearly airlifted from the site.
Speaking of this hammer, I was going to withhold this for a little while longer from you, just to be sure about the information. Supposedly it was shipped or taken or whatever it was to another planet. Unfortunately, we don't know what planet or even direction.
But we are able to confirm it was lifted off-world.
Confirmed, yes. Location, the most we have is something called Unruly, or the wording is very obscured. Unjust, unruly, we're not exactly sure because somebody has very horrible writing.
Well, in that case, let's continue to monitor that situation then.
I'll send you the information along what I have and what will be currently sent. We have somebody following a lead right now, and it might not be a place anybody really wants to go because nobody likes dealing with pirates.
Pirates, you say?
Yar.
We might be dealing with more pirates further out when we get out into the void. I don't expect we're gonna find very friendly faces out there. Speaking of, how are the collection of the materials we're needing for this journey?
They are ready to be shipped to you at any time. They are by our space bridge. All you have to do is say the word and they'll be pushed through.
You've seen the medical scans of Overload, yes?
Yes, I have. Is there a problem now?
There seems to be a secondary entity within him.
Wait,
Some
secondary entity? You mean...
For lack of a better term, I don't know how else really to describe it.
She leans forward. She's very dead serious at this point. Is he a liability?
I don't know yet. Twice now in the field, he has succumbed to various types of pain. Once was in his head, the second one seemed to be from his body.
The agents reported seeing him go down once, at least, and maybe having an issue. They didn't say anything the first time, but when he did it the second time...
I would like to employ a few of our spies to keep an eye on him in case things do happen to turn south. We don't know what's happening with him yet, and until we do know for certain, he may be compromised.
I can arrange at least a couple. But are you
just
sure
simply
you want him
wanted
tailed?
another pair of eyes on him.
Oh, another pair. Are you sure about that? He might see that as betraying his trust.
This is really for our own protection. Until we know what is happening to him, until we can diagnose and treat whatever ailment is afflicting.
Well, I'll send the two agents to follow him quietly. And then, is this entity able to take him over?
That's what I'm trying to ascertain. It seems to be inflicting this pain on him, and there could be other complications we don't know about yet. And again, these are precautionary measures until we can determine what we're going to do, until we know what's happening to him. I don't want anyone to engage him, and I don't want anyone to stop or hinder him in any way. They are purely observation, and they will report to me if they find anything suspicious.
Very well, then. I will send the agents. If he becomes a problem, though, we need to know we can handle a situation. We may be able to detain him if need be, but we've seen him in the field. We may have to bring in heavier support. Is that acceptable?
If that need becomes necessary, then it will be absolute that he is apprehended. He is not killed. He needs to be brought in and evaluated.
Very well. We will do our best to do that. I will keep you apprised of everything on him then. As a courtesy. Some others might not do this.
I realize how it may look, but this is for all of our sakes. We are dealing with a very highly dangerous situation, with quite possibly one of the most dangerous foes Cybertron has ever faced. If he is remotely compromised by whatever is infecting him, we need to quash it immediately.
Yes, I agree. For now, I will send the agents. Your supplies are ready. I sent Kiara a message to say that they are ready to come through. She said she would handle bringing them into the hangar. I don't know if you need anything else, though. Just let me know. I'm going to try and get you the supplies real quick. The ones you requested, those are easy. I just don't know about the rest of the things right now. We got a lot of stuff happening still.
We do, but we also owe it to ourselves to try and keep everything in check.
Absolutely. For now, and you see her exhausted look face, like, I need to go take care of something. It seems like gotta be a babysitter for bots that can't handle their scrap.
We need to find more capable people and soon.
Well, hopefully we might be able to find a few more. If we expand the colonies and get some back, we might have more.
Very well. Keep me informed of the situation.
Yes.
I'm going to be going to recharge.
Absolutely. Charge well. See you later, little one. And she grins as she says it as she turns off the comms.
You can just turn to Void Striker has been sitting in the room.
I haven't been sitting in the room. I've been inputting data into the terminals.
You're sitting in the room. He's not eavesdropping at all.
You've been sitting there quietly.
For the love of scrap, I've been sitting here quietly, even Carbine turns it.
I've been running calculations on how to help deal with Cybertron's Energon's problem.
Well, the newest project I have forwarded to the council will at least push that in the right direction. It's going to take a long time to construct, but I believe the Dyson Sphere method might be our closest solution for immediately solving that problem.
Long-term solution, I fear we may have to do an expedition into the core of Cybertron.
That we may need to do for alternative reasons, but you are right about that.
If we can reinitiate Energon's natural production of Energon, that would solve the crisis in on itself.
True.
And then it will be up to your guild to do the rest from there.
Well, I'd like to think my plan is a bit of a plan B when it comes to this particular situation. It's really a band-aid on a larger problem.
If you give me a couple more days, I can get the station operational at 100%, and the excess Energon you can ship to Cybertron to help.
Well, it could at least help push forward the Dyson Sphere project. That will at least supply us with more Energon and a steadier supply.
Should allow you to get a cargo haul operational at 100%.
Indeed.
Carbine
My
perks up.
question to you, though, is regarding overload. This secondary entity within him, based on what you've seen, do you think it could take over his cognitive function?
From what I've heard, and the files that I have, probably, but from what I understand, not intentionally.
So then you understand why I have to do what I must do.
And if you want to apparendum, I recommend heavy Energon EMP rounds.
I really hope it doesn't come to that. I don't want to hurt him.
And knowing Overload, you're better off being straightforward on you making a backup plan in case things go south.
I'll tell him in the morning once he's recharged, but... Frankly, I find myself just struggling in a leadership position, being forced to make decisions that I know are not going to be popular among my peers, but is a necessary evil.
I'm gonna put my hand on Gilgamesh's shoulders. You're still a young bud. You've got time to fill into the position or find somebody to help you.
Problem I feel is I wonder if I am overstepping my boundaries, doing things and going further than a leader should.
The thing about being a leader is not making a choice. It's dealing with the consequences after the choice has been made.
He kind of looks off a little bit and starts heading towards the door. I guess one day we're going to find out if I really can fill those shoes or not. Anyway.
I think you're doing a fine job as it is.
Let's hope we all can agree on that then. Meantime, charge well. And he's gonna head off to the recharge bed.
As you pass through the minicon bay, Carbine kind of stops and pops off your shoulder and lands on one of the tables. And she goes, I need to work on project in here. I'll be in a little bit later.
Very well. Just be sure you get a full recharge in.
I will. She hops down out of sight. You can hear her transforming. It sounds like she's messing with some tools or something down below on one of the tables.
Yeah, and he's just, he's got full trust in her. He's just gonna go off to the recharge bed and...
As you pass through the common room, Gilgamesh, you see Addie sitting there talking with Drift, and Drift is like, dude, like, can you look this look of like, can you just save me now? Even Aegis is like, oh my god, she's asking so many questions. Can you get her to shut up? They're like looking at you, pleading, help us.
Addie, the rest of them need a recharge. Why don't you go lay down yourself and go get some rest?
Oh, yeah, I guess so. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to... I'm just really curious. I have never really met minicons before. I've only
It's
heard
no
about
trouble
them.
at all. But, they're rather tired, and frankly, all of us are kind of getting there ourselves, so why don't you go lay down and rest?
As you're talking to her, you see Drift kind of move quietly out of the way and kind of slip out of the room quietly. Aegis is like, and he kind of walks around as she looks back to see them. He's like, oh, I guess they already left. He slips through the door in front of you with Overload real quick.
Gilgamesh kind of just casually steps forward a little bit. Addie, you were working on a rather remarkable project.
Yes, I was. I know I messed up pretty badly with it, though. I know there's space bridge technology, but this is supposed to be small and portable, but after doing the research, the device might not actually work as well as I thought it would. And you can see her kind of tapping her tips together, and she's kind of, I need to talk to Void Striker Does he still have my device?
I believe he does, but if you wouldn't mind, would you allow me to review your research on this space bridge technology?
Sure. I mean, it's pretty basic, but for what I did was I was literally just trying to make it a pocket version, but no, mine's not stable. It'll put you in an open area, but it's random, and even with coordinates, sometimes it gets messed up. The last time I tried it, I kind of almost messed up an entire race on Velocitron because it teleported itself into path of a track. Yeah, when
If you don't mind, I'd like to review your research notes.
yeah, I can
I
send
have
them
a
up.
few scientists within our guild who might be able to also give you some notes and help you possibly perfect this technology.
Sure. I've never really seen a stable one, at least that you can move with like this. I know there's rumors of a device out there that I guess.
Eddie,
Hmm?
you created something very remarkable. You really should give yourself more credit.
Nah, I'm just a simple bot. I just like tinkering with things and making stuff. Make things that might help.
You single-handedly developed a technology that, for many scientists, are a dream to construct, and you did it by yourself in a lab with minimal materials.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I like to play with things and make things, and sometimes I get really into it like this. And I mean, she taps on her own console and she brings it up on the screens. She's literally already kind of hacked into the system, and she's just using the screens. She goes like this one. This one, somebody was trying to create technology. It was like a space bridge, but it kind of sucked everybody in. They still don't know where they are. I don't know what happened to them. And then there's this one. It's supposed technology. It's just a text file. Really nothing. It just explains about a device that you, I guess, stick to the wall and it creates a doorway or something. And then you can create another doorway elsewhere and walk through it. It's kind of portable, but it's got limited distance.
He kind of smiles a little bit, knowing that's a little piece of technology that Overload has.
And she keeps going on. And she goes, well, then there's this one. And it's supposedly a doorway that goes. Well, nobody really knows where it goes. It just opens up and there's a room. But it's only a rumor. So none of it's really real. I kind of took inspiration from this and hoping to transport.
Eddie, what if I told you that 2 of the 3 things that you just showed me there, I could confirm to you to be real?
No, they're not real. You're just messing with me. My memory banks aren't that bad, I think. And she kind of scratches her head.
Oh, it's not about your memory. It just might be about something you may or may not know about.
Well, that's not possible. These things don't exist. The science would have to be out there just to make the possibility of an opening in space and time. And
I can tell you with utmost certainty that 2 of these 3 things do exist.
I'd like to point out she says that despite knowing Void Striker exists.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I was going to get there, but okay, we can go with this. She kind of goes, well, I mean, hey, I met mini-cons. I didn't even know. I thought they were. And she kind of whispers, extinct. And she kind of goes on with a bunch of other words that mean the same thing. And it's like, yeah. So, I mean, and then there's. Do you think he can hear us in here? He's supposed to be dead. I mean, look at all the documents. And she shoots up a bunch. See, dead. Don't know what happened here, but dead. This
I
one
think it's
supposedly
safe to say matters of public record are grossly exaggerated.
So if he's alive and minicons exist, those things could exist, and she gestures back to the screens that pop back up to those things.
I think there's a lot more to the rest of this
Hey,
galaxy.
Matrix, while she's displaying things, can I just fix like any calculation mistakes in the file she's cut up just from the room I'm in?
I don't know. Are you observing the screens as she's doing this?
I observe everything on the station.
Let me see. What would we do for deception on this? I'm trying to think. How would we do this? Oh crap! I can't think of it now. It's a deception kind of check thing. Oh crap!
I can roll an intelligence check if you want.
Yeah, I'm not being deceitful. It wouldn't be deception.
No, not you. Him. Void Striker is doing something.
I mean, I can do it sleight of hand so she doesn't notice.
That's it. Thank you. I couldn't think of it. I'm like, God, I'm looking at the stupid thing and I can do sleight of hand. I want to see what happens. She's not.
And, you know.
Oh my God. You don't even need to do that. It was well enough. She's sitting there gabbing her mouth is just going, and she's excited and talking about this stuff. It's like she's got tons of, and you see it because she's looking at you, but you're looking at the screen and you see things changing here and there. And it's just one of those things. She's like, but this is what the calculations came up with. And she goes, I don't remember that one being that way. Whatever. But yeah, wait, that makes sense. Maybe that's what I did. I wasn't paying attention. I wrote down and I inputted the wrong number. But yeah, you see the technology, it's kind of like quantum technology, but I guess there's been a problem with quantum tech not working properly. Don't know why, but there's so many rumors and it's been so long.
Quantum tech has been acting up. That's not something I've heard of before.
Oh, if you're in the tech kind of area, I know about it because I track, and she realizes she's... Sorry.
Technology isn't my greatest field. I can use it, but as far as creating it, that's not for me.
You see her kind of biting her lip, kind of like thing, and she's like, kind of multi-dimensional thing, and it's only rumor, but they think this is the reason why some of the technology, there's something going on, or has been. It's been a long time, and it's been going on for, I don't know, maybe 1 billion years or so. I don't know. Ever since the big fight with, what's his name? The big dude. Oh, yeah, Unicron. And everything's been kind of off since then. It's been quite weird, so.
You believe there's a connection to these things?
Theoretically, yes. And no.
I'm going to ping a message to Gilgamesh saying perhaps we should probably check out Unicron's head at some point.
Seeing this message, he's realizing quickly that he's eavesdropping on the conversation.
It's like, hey, she just keeps talking. I mean, I guess the person I would talk to is Void Striker about this stuff because, I mean, he's the.
I mean, you can feel free to ask openly.
I mean, and she kind of turns, and the screens go black because she turns it all off, and she goes, I find him very interesting, Gilgamesh, and you see her kind of like she's doing things with her hands nervously, and I kind of like him. Like him, and I think he's fascinating. He's brilliant. He's interesting to talk to.
Addie, as someone who has been in love once, I will tell you from experience, if you're feeling any kind of way about someone, do not hold back.
Really?
Tell that person how you feel.
Right. But what happened with your person? And she's really nervous, like asking this question because she wants to know if something bad happened, that, like, relationship wise.
He is kind of shuffling his feet a little bit, trying to find the right words.
She's like, I don't, if you get turned down, because you really don't talk about anybody in your life. I mean, Kiara's kind of in your life, and she's really nice. I like her.
Kiara is a bit like a sister to me. We've known each other for a very long time. We've been there for each other for a long time. But
Oh, okay. I mean,
we can't hold that kind of relationship. The relationship I'm more referring to was a very, very long time ago.
oh,
She, unfortunately, is no longer here.
well, is there a way you could find her?
I already know where she is.
Oh, well, why don't you go? Can you go talk to her? Maybe.
I sometimes do,
Oh,
but it's a one-sided conversation.
one-sided conversation. That seems kind of rude. Oh, I'm sorry. And she realizes it finally clicked in her head. Oh, I am so sorry. I didn't. And she kind of puts her hand on your chest. I am so sorry. I didn't mean to.
It's all right. As I said, it happened a very long time ago, but that's not the point. The point is,
she is
if
beat
you
red
like
from
Void
this.
Striker, you need to be forthright and tell him.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. How do I do that? She's literally. Do I just tell him, or do I? I'm not good at this.
That
Speedstar was always the one who kind of tried to teach me how to talk to, and I'm not good at this part.
Be upfront and be honest about your emotions. Just sit down, talk to him, tell him how you feel, and just talk it out.
Okay. I guess I could go find him and try and talk to him. You know where he's at?
I believe he was back in communications working on some calculations. You can probably go find him there.
Okay. I think it's that way. And she points toward the med bay. I'm not allowed to go through that room for some reason, though. And she's pointing toward where Carbine is currently at.
There's a reason for that. But you could go around and still make your way through your communications without going through that room.
Okay, I'll do that. And she turns to walk away, and she turns back. Thank you, Gilgamesh, for this talk.
You just saw him a little nod and gives a slight bow, and he'll start making his way to the charge bed.
She kind of giggles at your bow, and then she walks away. You hear her go through the other door. You go off to charge and get a restful charge and a full charge. You guys will get fully charged for this.
Yay! I'm gonna need it because I spent all of my spell slots. Not all of them. Not all of them. To be clear, not all of them, but most of them.
I've only expended one thing that needs a long rest, and that's Flesh of Genius.
Void Striker, you're sitting at your console, typing away, and the door opens, and you hear kind of a knocking on metal sound.
It's open, Addy.
Oh, you knew I was here. Okay. So, she kind of walks in, and she kind of stumbles in. She kind of catches her foot as she comes in. And she starts knocking over a few things. Oh, geez. And she's trying to put them back up, and they keep falling over. It's very comical. And she kind of leans up against the one console, and suddenly projections start shooting up. She's like, oh, geez. And she's turning around, trying to turn them off real fast. It's like, and she's like, Void Striker?
Yes, Addy?
I would like to say I appreciate what you're doing to help me with everything.
I know, Addy.
Oh, that's not what I want to say. I was told by somebody really nice to come and talk to you. And I like you.
I know, Addy.
She's beat red at this one. And she turns her head, you know?
My comment of I know wasn't towards your appreciation. I know what you were trying to say.
So, you know, I'm
immediately just going to point above me to one of the security cameras.
She looks up and she just goes, her optics go wide, and she is bright red. She is blushing, and she's sitting there. How? And she doesn't have words. She's just sitting there staring at you, trying to get words to come out. And she literally transforms into her card mode and sits there rumbling. And you can still tell she's probably blushing through even the car mode.
I'm going to approach her and squat down. You know, hiding doesn't solve anything, right?
You could just hear her rev her engine a couple times. And then you hear her voice. I'm not hiding. I'm embarrassed.
No need to be embarrassed either.
But I made a kind of a fool of myself. Again. Somehow.
You didn't make a fool of yourself.
Why is this different? She kind of starts a little, like she sounds like a little kid for a moment, whining.
Why is what different?
She transformed. Why can't I tell you I like you without freaking out when I could talk to you about science? I could talk to you about everything else. Yet I can't talk to you about this.
I'm just going to poke her forehead. Because it's important to you, that's why it's hard.
But what if you don't like me or anything? And she starts going off again. And she goes, but
did I say I didn't like you?
Well, no. But
I'm
You
a firm
see,
believer that actions are louder than words. So I'm just going to pick her up and just hold her close. Is this a loud enough action for you?
she's kind of shocked at first, and then yes, and she just holds on to you and hugs you. And she just stays there with you and just holds you. And at this point, we're going to end the session here.
Yay.
As Void Striker and Eddie fly off into the sunset, which there is no sunset.
You're welcome.
Didn't need your help. I already had enough risk. Thank you.
I'm not saying you didn't. But I just helped kind of kick it off in the right direction for you.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Okay, keeping up that is hard enough for me to do. I was trying not to laugh most of the time because I'm like, oh my God, this is so hilarious.
Sounds like Matrix is trying to not die of cringe from acting like a schoolgirl.
Yeah, that too. So Overload's having migraines again.
Sucks to be him.
Gilgamesh is...
multiple personality disorder.
Oh, yeah. Definitely. Got Overload, getting it on, yo.
And Gilgamesh dealing with all the crises of the world and feeling like he's got the weight of the world on his shoulders.
The stress of being a leader. Okay, Mr. President.
I almost felt like they're at the bit with the advice with to Gilgamesh. I felt like it was almost being an Uncle Ira.
Here we go. I was wondering what I grabbed on my screen for stream. I was like, what the heck? No, that was fun. I was sitting there, I was like, oh my God, this is hilarious. But somebody's also got
audio issues apparently.
Oh, stop it.
That's okay. We're wrapping up anyway.
Yeah, don't worry. Mercer, stop breaking crap. There we go. I'm gonna blame Mercer. Yeah.
Voicemas's fault, obviously.
Yeah, it's his fault. He did it. He broke it. So, you guys wanna? You got anything to? Blah 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 blah.
Next week, Mega Blocks build stream. I'm getting another set next week. Showing up. Should be Wednesday for me, Thursday for you.
All right, I'll see what I can do. If not, just build it and we'll have fun.
Yeah, I've built the other one and I put it in a mince container so I don't lose the one stray bit.
Yeah,
because the model comes with an alternate head for the little figure that hops in it, and it's the actual mech's head.
I hate it when they do that sometimes. I know why they do it, but it's always the extra pieces.
No, I wish they made him a slightly bigger helmet, because if you watch Halo Legends, when he's in the mech, the mech's helmet goes over his marine helmet as well.
Oh.
Because this exosuit is the Mark 1 Mjolnir.
Oh, okay.
It's the prototype for the Spartan armor.
Spartan armor. Alright, well, we got that. Dave streams, but he's sleeping most of the time. So.
Yeah, it's few and far between just because my work schedule is so terrible, and I...
Do we put off the Mega Block stream so you can come hang out with us, Dave?
And then...
You do whatever you want to do.
And I'll take care of Mercer's. His is Frosted Merc. His link is down below as well. So you can find their links down below on the Twitch. It's also in the YouTube channel.
Dave, look on Discord real quick for me, yeah?
No.
I literally have a bucket full of lollipops.
Oh my God. What is a bucket? It's like a paint bucket.
Yeah, it's a paint tin full of lollipops.
It's got like a paint bucket lollipop. And then, let's see. Yeah, we have the YouTube channel. You can find all the videos. I'll have this one uploaded sometime this week. And then, is there anything else? We took care of the contest. That's over with.
Praise be the almighty potato.
Yep, don't forget the potato. Gotta have a potato. That's what this whole station is. It's a potato. See? Look at that. Potato.
I'll catch you guys later. I'm hopping over to chat my server. You guys are
Alright.
welcome to chill out with me if you want.
Yep, you have a
Go
good
to
night,
bed.
dude. Take her easy.
All right,
I think I fixed
and
my audio.
oh, there you are.
Yep, we can hear you now.
Okay.
It wasn't a problem of you guys hearing me. It was more of me getting hard for me to hear you.
Oh,
Oh.
audio issues. It's not that fun.
Well, I'm assuming that it had to do with my cord because I swapped it out
Is
and
it,
it seems to be better now.
yeah, you sound a bit louder to me too, so I don't know why.
Yeah, it could be your plug-in too, because my microphone kind of does the same thing. I have to like wiggle the earbud cord sometimes because the audio will cut out.
No, it
Technical
just requires
issues. So, oh, there we go. YouTube channel.
Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, he killed
I
it.
think it's better now.
Nope, there he's back. But you guys want to say bye?
We'll see you next week for D and Destiny, the Red War.
Yes.
So that's
Yeah.
that's gonna be an interesting time. Other than that, see you guys next week. Get some sleep.
And may the calming cold guide your heart.
And with mine, wherever you're at in the world, have a good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and be safe out there. People be crazy. Bye, everyone.